All right, everyone, our live streaming has started, so it's good morning to all our live streamers. Good morning to all our visitors and guests. Thank you very much for coming. Welcome to our executive leadership team, to officers who have now lost in the crowd. No, there are still some there. And welcome, as I said, to our councillors for our last council meeting for the calendar year. Councillors, we've got a pretty large agenda today, broken by a couple of things. We'll be down in the gallery at 10:30. At morning tea. I think that's or as near as we possibly can to that. And then obviously we'll see how far our agenda goes today, and we'll see what time we run out into a lunch hour at some stage. Councillors, we've got a number of reports. Is that sort of feeding back somewhere?
Yeah, I'm just emailing.
We don't want the quality of our live streaming being. We'll just check that why that's actually doing that. So back to our agenda, councillors, and we have obviously some guests here this morning that have been, and one of the churches together who have been actually lunching with us yesterday. But councillors, I think in terms of present, we are all here with the exception of Councillor Cypher, who sought leave of absence earlier. So can someone move Councillor Cypher's apology? Moved by Councillor Moriarty, seconded Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Any leave of absence, councillors? And Christmas is not counted in this, so no leave of absence is required. Thank you very much, councillors. We'll acknowledge when it comes to, we acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet here today, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. As I said yesterday, we had the really great pleasure of having our churches together, or most of them together, actually here for lunch yesterday, certainly with our council. So we take that opportunity to thank them for certainly supporting us, but certainly supporting all our communities. And this morning, I'm going to get this term right. Major Paul Morris, from the obviously from the Emerald Salvos, is here to lead us in prayer this morning. As we, before we start our last council meeting. So thank you, Major Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you and the council for yesterday. It was a pleasure and our honour to serve. It is our honour to serve the community. And can I say that I've been in office of over 20 years now, and you're the first local government that has actually done something like that for our local churches together group. So it was a first for us, so well, it was first for me, so we thank you for that. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish you all a very happy Christmas, a safe one. I hope you all have a great time with family and friends, and whatever you're doing, if you're travelling, stay safe. But you should join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we do thank you that you are a God of love, that you supply all our needs. And Lord, as we come together today, I pray a blessing over this meeting. I pray a blessing over our councillors and our mayor, our committee. And Lord, as we lead into Christmas, I pray that you will become real in a way to them. That, Lord, that you will reveal yourself as the child of God, as we celebrate your birth. And Lord, I want to pray that whatever our councillors doing over the break, that they stay safe, they stay peaceful, that they have restful time as much as possible in this busy time. But Lord, I want to thank you that they serve our community. Thank you for the year that has passed, all that has been done. And Lord, we look forward in anticipation to the year ahead. And Lord, we just pray that that we have a great time over Christmas, that you keep everybody safe, and that you bring everybody back refreshed and ready to take on another year. And we ask this in your precious name. Amen.
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 Thank you, Major Paul. Are you doing the Christmas, is there going to be Christmas lunch this year? At the...
Yeah. We've joined together with another group.
Yep.
And we are having a Christmas lunch on Christmas Day, so I think it's between 11 and 2, out at our facility at Andrews Road. So,
Right.
so anyone who's, of anyone who's alone for Christmas, or you're by yourself, come on out. And apparently there's we've had around 50 or 60 RSVPs at the moment, so, which is, we've still got another week to go, so hopefully it'll go well, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that. Yeah,
no worries.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Mate, Paul. Thank you. Right, councillors, back to our agenda. You'll see there the next one is the confirmation of the minutes of our previous meeting, which was the 22nd of November. So does someone present like to move those? Thank you, Councillor Brimblecombe. Second, Councillor Carpenter. Well, councillors, as we normally do, could you just check those to make sure that's a fair and accurate record of that meeting, please? So, councillors, there was a couple of economic stimulus approvals there, some delegations. I think Amber talked about our recycled water opportunity in Blackwater, and a report from the ALGA, the National Roads Congress. All right, if people are happy with those, it's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors, that's carried. Councillors, any business arising out of those? So I know I make this comment regularly, but that resolutions register quickly follows those meetings, so most of them are followed up pretty quickly. All right, councillors, we'll move on. Sorry. Upcoming agenda items. I think, councillors, we had a go at that yesterday, and I think we probably covered a couple. Now, councillors, conflict of interest, and I've got my pen ready because I'm aware of obviously some that you've received, Marnie. Yep.
Councillor Cruz, Councillor Brimblecombe, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Rolfe and yourself. We've received conflicts of interest for.
There was more than one, so we didn't have one.
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest. I've been a shareholder for almost 30 years for the co-op, and also, know people that work there as well. So I'd like to declare my conflict of interest, and I'm happy to leave the room.
Okay, well, councillor, that's in agenda item 12.2.2.
Yeah, 12.2.2.
So councillor Moriarty has declared an interest there. I'm going to go along the road because I think we've got a few here now. Councillor Moriarty, got yours. Councillor Brimblecombe?
The 12.2.2, same, might attend conflict of interest. Close associates have shares in the co-op, and I'll leave the room.
Beautiful, thank you. Councillor Carpenter? No comment. Oh, you feel left out. Thank you. Councillor Daniels?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. As with Councillor Brimblecombe, I have a close associate that owns shares in the Emerald Co-op, so I will not participate in this agenda item and will leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daniels. Now, Councillor Cruz, you've got a list. Thank you.
So just going along the line, so with respect to agenda item 12.2.2, I also have close associates who are shareholders of the Emerald Cooperative Society, or MITA 10, and I am also an executive officer of a non-government entity that is also a shareholder. With respect to agenda item 12.2.1, the proposed major planning scheme amendment 7, I inform the meeting that I voluntarily declare a conflict of interest in relation to this agenda item. Even though this matter applies to the whole of the local government area, the report has identified proposed planning changes that will significantly impact my father's property in part. As a result, I have voluntarily declared a conflict of interest and elect to leave the room when this item is discussed.
Right. So, Councillor Cruz, if that's the case, in that order, I think I've slightly changed the order of the agenda today. I didn't tell you that earlier, but the late agenda item will be just before that. So you'll have to go out and come back and then go out. I apologise, and otherwise I could have given you an extended holiday out there, but that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Roth.
Referring to agenda item 12.2.2, the Emerald Cooperative Society have prescribed conflict of interest. Thanks, Mayor.
Right, thank you. Councillor Burns. You're somewhat unaffected as well. Oh, beautiful. And councillors, I'll make my direct declaration in respect of 12.2.2, in that I am a direct shareholder and have been for a number of years. So I obviously have a conflict of interest that's prescribed, and I would have to leave the room in the event of that discussion, CEO. So I guess when we come to that item, clearly there are a couple of things here that obviously, given the number of councillors and the quorum rules that exist in our standing orders, we would not be able to obviously to deliberate that matter. So there is an alternative at that agenda item that we'll consider today. So there's a process we need to go through. It's quite unusual, but that's what happens in a good small town where there is a very successful cooperative and has been for a number of years. So anyhow, we'll get to that. So councillor, that's all the declarations. We're all good? Excellent, thank you. No petitions, Mayor. That'd be just perfect, CEO, wouldn't it?
No petitions, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. All right, councillors, the nub of our agenda today certainly is 12.1.1, which is our monthly financial report. And I'll ask Arun Diaz, who's our Chief Financial Officer, if you could lead us off. Thank you, Arun.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In accordance with Section 204 of the Local Government Regulations 2012, the local government must prepare and present a financial report at a meeting of the local government once a month. The report must state the progress made that has been made in relation to the budget for the relevant period of the financial year. This report presents the financial performance of the Central Highlands Regional Council for the period ending 30th of November 2023, measured against BR1. I will now invite our Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to present the report in detail. Thanks, Helen.
Thank you, CFO. Through the Chair, and good morning, councillors. The tabled report presents a detailed overview of Council's financial performance at the end of November, measured against Budget Review 1. Budget Review 1, which was adopted on the 22nd of November, has forecast a revised surplus of $2.9 million and a total budget of $295.4 million. At the end of November, the year-to-date operating result is favourable to budget by $6.1 million, mostly due to expenses being less than the budget forecast at this stage of the financial year. Year-to-date operating revenues exceed budget due to the timing of interest received on cash balances and the timing of revenue recorded from fees and charges relating to waste, planning and water supply activities. Operating expenses are tracking well under budget due to the timing of spend incurred on employee costs and materials and services. At 42% of the way through the financial year, actual capital expenditure is only at 17% of the full year budget. When commitments of $23.3 million are factored in, the total year-to-date spend increases to just under $40 million, or 41% of the full year CapEx budget. Council's total cash balance at the end of November is $119.2 million, and the timing of the actual spend on capital works projects will have an impact on the level of cash outflows. Borrowings stand at $73.7 million, which includes the drawdown of $10 million at the end of last financial year to fund identified capital works projects. Combined overdue property-related debts for rates and water are $10.1 million, which is a reduction of just over $700,000 since last month. While outstanding rates balances reduced by 1.6 during November, this gain was offset by an increase in water arrears of approximately $947,000 due to the first half water levy falling due in November. As the reminder notices are issued and legal debt recovery action instigated, water arrears will reduce over the next couple of months. Council also issues tax invoices for other works and services provided to the community, which are called sundry debtors that are different to a rate account. These debtors stand at $3.3 million at the end of November, of which 76% or $2.5 million relates to current invoices raised during the month that are not yet overdue. Council's standard payment terms for sundry debtors is 30 days from the date of invoice.
One of the oldest outstanding sundry debtors is a debt owed by Virgin Australia following voluntary administration of the company in April 2020. An interim dividend was paid to Council in September 2022 at a rate of approximately 5 cents in the dollar, and a final dividend is due to be declared and paid tomorrow, the 14th of December. The rate of return for this final dividend is not yet known. Our provision was recognised at the 30th of June 2020 to account for the potential loss associated with the collection of this debt. All Council's 5 business activities, except for sale yards, recorded year-to-date operating surpluses at the end of November. The year-to-date operating surplus for the airport business activity exceeded the budget forecast by almost $170,000 at the end of November, and the trend for the recovery in passenger numbers at the Emerald Airport is stabilising, with numbers having returned to pre-pandemic levels. While the waste business activity recorded a year-to-date operating surplus, it was below the budget forecast due to incurring contractor services earlier than forecast. The public benefit assessment currently being undertaken to reform the waste business in accordance with national competition policy is progressing. The draft assessment should be out for public consultation on Council's website by the end of January, and the final decision on the public benefit assessment will be made in May following the council elections. A year-to-date operating deficit of $182,000 was forecast for the water utilities business at the end of November. However, the actual result was a year-to-date surplus of $1.8 million. This favourable position was due to the timing of actual spend on contractors and consultants at this stage of the financial year, as there are expenses of $1.6 million that have already been committed in purchase orders. That concludes the report, and I'm happy to take any questions on the information presented. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Helen. Thank you, Arun. Councillors, questions on that report? Councillor Daniels, when you find that button, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Helen, I'll probably ask it to General Manager McDougall. It's really regarding the waste disposal fee, disposal income. There's a favourable variance, and I've noticed that over a number of months we've obviously been bringing in more landfill than that has been budgeted for. Given that we've got a finite life of the landfill, are you doing any revision of how the additional waste is impacting on that?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Daniels. Through the chair, it is a favourable position. We've realised that favourable position now for the last 6 months. There has been increased disposal into the landfill, which is great from an income perspective, but not so good from a life of landfill perspective. We are currently re-evaluating what that looks like. It does have an impact on the life of the landfill. Councillors, you will be aware that we are nearing the end of that landfill and in a heavy planning phase at this stage to look at, what the future of that looks like and options there. So we will come back to Council with what that reforecast looks at, but it is having an impact. There is no doubt about that. Financially good, life of the landfill not so good. So at this stage, the extent of that impact, though, we'll come back to you with more detail around that.
Thanks, Councillor Daniels. Other questions? Councillor Moriarty?
Just a comment really. It's good to see that we're in a positive financial position for this first half of the year, financial year. I also wanted to thank you very much for the amazing detailed financial reports, and thank you very much for continuing to add the different graphs and different tables to make sure that we're able to understand the information that's in here. I wanted to say, just make the point, I guess, on page 79 of the agenda, which at the bottom is the sundry debtors as at the 30th of November 2023. I noticed in that pie graph the over 90 days, the 13%, when I looked at that originally, without looking at the detail, I thought, oh my goodness, that's 13%. But I noted that once Virgin Airline fulfil their payments, I guess, that will be significantly reduced. So that actually makes that sundry debtors look a lot more positive overall. So thank you very much for following up with that. And I'm assuming that that happened with Virgin Airlines out of the COVID 2022 impact for our airlines. So and that they're actually still operating in Emerald now. They're operating again, Virgin, aren't they? So
The new entity is?
new entity.
The old entity, and I share
Yeah.
your enthusiasm for recovering all that money, but it's not likely to be that full amount, Helen, is that correct?
Just through the chair, that's correct. So
Okay.
the first dividend was that they paid was about $23,000, which represented about 5 cents in a return of 5 cents in the dollar. We're not sure what the final dividend will be, but it will probably likely be around the same amount. But as I mentioned before, we've already provided for that debt, so we've got a provision in the balance sheet to cover any debt that we write off after the dividend's received.
Yeah, okie dokie. Thank you very much, Helen. Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
Councillor Moriarty.
Finance team for excellent reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun, and thank you, Helen. Councillors, the recommendation there is, I'll just get back to the page, is that we adopt the monthly financial report for period ended 30 November 2023. And I did note, did I say it was about 41% of the capital has been expended with the commitments?
With commitments, that's
Right.
correct.
Is that slightly ahead of normally where we are this time of year, or is that about right? Okay, thank you. All right, councillors, sorry, I didn't ask that earlier. The adoption of that monthly financial report for 30 November, someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Burns, second Councillor Rolfe. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors, that's carried. Thank you very much, Helen. Now, councillors, I neglected to say at the start, given that I was very preoccupied with our conflicts of interest, that in the interest of some people that we had co-presenting with us today, I asked General Manager Communities if we could shift the late agenda item, which was the Gemfields submission, to this point here now. So I'll ask John if he can introduce that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, this morning there's been a significant process occurring obviously in community. We've lucky enough to have some members of the Gemfields Project Reference Group here today, so I certainly want to acknowledge your presence here today and thank you both for coming in and supporting this submission. For those that are in the know, there is a proposed legislative enhancement to the mining claims and also our Gemfields planning study, which has been ongoing for a number of months now. The purpose of this report today, though, is to seek Council's endorsement on a proposed submission on the proposed legislative enhancement to mining claims as released by the Department of Resources in September 2023. Mr. Murtis would like to acknowledge there has been a significant consultation around this process. We're aware that there are significant number of submissions that will also be submitted by public members and community. We certainly applaud that, and with that in mind, I'll hand over to Kate Iles to present the report, and as always, Council's happy to take any questions on the way through.
Thank you, John. Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I'm pleased to present to you today Council's submission to the consultation paper, legislative enhancements to mining claims and the exposure draft to the Mineral and Energy Resources and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2023. Councillors, you will be aware that the proposed improvements to the small-scale mining claim have been in discussion since the original announcement of the moratorium in 2021. Since this time, the Council has maintained and welcomed an open, respectful and dialogue with the Department of Resources, facilitated a range of discussions with our Gemfields Planning Study Community Reference Group. These discussions and this working relationship has enabled a consistently good, robust and thought-generating discussion on proposed improvements to the current framework. In the recent consultation paper, we see that these discussions and submissions provided by many members of our Gemfields communities have reflected in some of the suggested changes. It is noted and acknowledged by Council that the Department is looking to enhance the framework to ensure a more compliant and a safer framework is established. The Department themselves have acknowledged a level of complacency that has occurred over the years, and shifting to a more compliant framework and a focus on genuine mining is supported. However, this change will be difficult if not managed correctly and will cause long-term impact to our communities and the viability of this region going forward. Council as an organisation has a focus on ensuring the long-term sustainability and the livability of our communities that make up the Safford Gemfields, the last miners' common in Australia. Whilst as an organisation we agree with the intent of many suggested changes within the paper, we remain concerned around three main changes and their impact on the future of communities that make up the Gemfields. These are, and we call for, the removal of capping on mining tenure, further consideration regarding requirements for mining claim holders, particularly regarding structures, and transition to the new framework, including the call to implement a voluntary claim buyback scheme. There are also other changes, recommendations that we've made, including the development of templates, working through the further guidance material with Council and in consultation with our reference group, and the appointment, subject to funding, of community compliance liaison officers. Further, as Council has previously raised with the Department, Council continues to call for provision of a social impact assessment on the proposed changes, separation of the legislation of small-scale hand mining to machinery mining, and the use of Restricted Area 1 to distinguish requirements for the communities within the Gemfields, and in particular conditions imposed on small-scale hand mining. We acknowledge that there has been hundreds of submissions by community members, community groups, businesses, and also from the Central Highlands Development Corporation already provided to the Department. I would like to publicly acknowledge and congratulate two members in particular of our project reference group, in particular Michelle Johns, who joins us today, and also to Mitch Brown, who have been supporting our community to understand these changes, the potential impacts that they would have on individuals, and how to draft a submission. Their expert insight has ensured that the community has been well represented. Many of these submissions, like ours, offer alternative to the changes as presented. We pride ourselves on not just raising our concerns, but in providing evidence and alternatives to encourage robust and diverse discussion. As has occurred to date, our Council is of the view that a balance can be reached in enhancing and improving the framework without compromising the future of these communities. In fact, Council would argue that improvements could actually have a positive influence that will not only create a bright future, but a thriving one for the community of the Gemfields. Council's submissions were due on the 8th of December 2023. However, Council secured an extension of time to enable our submission to be considered today. Councillors, I put the report to you for your consideration and your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. And I reasonably suspect that in a very short period of time you've encapsulated a lot of work that's taken a lot of time. And I do want to acknowledge Michelle and Professor Nick as well, just since he's come along for the ride. But certainly those members of the community that have obviously made submissions and shared those submissions with us, so that collaboration, I guess, in respect of this is certainly a first. And we should recognise that this is probably, in respect of precedent, this is where your local government actually steps into a role and actually makes sure that we lead our community, we hear what they say, we can actually step in beside them and support them, and we've done that. We've kept a very, very strong communication with the department. We've actually used I suppose you'd say, the goodwill that exists in these communities to actually facilitate some better data sharing and information sharing that's actually helped inform certainly our responses, and certainly a minister that's been prepared to understand that this is an important matter to our community and to all those groups. And I think it's worth noting that the stakeholder groups in the community are quite diverse, and this has been one of those really unique occasions where we know that there's a singular purpose here, that we need to make sure that we look after our Gemfields community, and we're hoping that obviously this submission and others will obviously have some influence with that department. So I'm sure they're waiting anxiously for us and others, and certainly it just shows that this consistent informed approach is a way that obviously people can respond, and we'll get a result that I think will make sure that those sort of things that we think are important are retained in our community. So I thank you, Kate, and certainly to Erin, and certainly the members of the group for obviously hanging in there, believing in this process. We don't have anything yet. We can't make any guarantees about the outcome. But what we can certainly say is that we certainly have given this our best shot, and certainly we stand strongly beside our community at the Gemfields. So thank you. Councillor Rolfe.
Thank you, Mayor. To you and to all. I am a member of the reference group out there, and I just want to say that, thank you to everybody for the process that we went through. It's been extraordinary, and we've had such a lot of input from everybody within the Gemfields and Willows area. It's been, it was really it was fun, it was good, and it's what we really need to do, so thank you very much.
Yeah. And we shouldn't forget that we've obviously got our study that's still running concurrently with this, but certainly the outcome here will certainly help guide that. So let's look forward to that being very, very constructive. Councillors, anything else? Councillor Moriarty. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I thought our buttons are going up to and fro. Firstly, I just wanted to ask a question about the recommendation about the community compliance liaison officers. Is it envisaged that they would be funded and situated with a department, or would that be funding that's potentially given to council, and that those officers would sit with council?
Through the Chair, Councillor Moriarty, this is a suggestion that's actually come out of the Community Project Reference Group.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the suggestion there was that their community members on the ground who better understand the requirements and the conditions of the claims may actually be people that could be appointed either via council or via the department to help with that better understanding of on the ground. There's been no consideration around who that person would sit with, but certainly the funding would be coming from the state.
Yeah, great, thank you. And as a member of the project steering group, we've got a couple of layers here on behalf of council as well. I noted that the considerations, the 4 points of having a social impact assessment, separate legislation for small scale mining and machinery mining, and the conditions for improving the small scale hand mining and the introduction of voluntary buyback. I think that from my observations is that there's been, I think the Mayor used the word consistency before, there's been consistency between what community has been saying and where council are also wanting to move with this response going forward. So I think that, and I'd like to concur with what the Mayor was saying before. I think when this whole process started out, it started out very rocky, but council actually, I would like to say thank you very much to council and the community for coming on board, working together, and I think to build that consistency between what the community is seeing as solutions and what council is seeing as solutions, so that hopefully together there's a strong influence, working together to influence the state government's response and what they put in that framework. I know that council doesn't always get it right, but on this particular occasion, I think that we've built some strong relationships because we are local government, because we are community. This is about the viability and sustainability of the unique lifestyle of the Gemfields. So that's why this is critically important to get right. And I'm so pleased that community and council are working so collaboratively and consistently to come up with responses. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. You'll have to hit your button, Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Daniels, you're good. Thank you. Covered it well, thank you. Yep, very good. All right, councillors, well, that recommendation is there, that the Central Highlands Regional Council endorses that submission on the proposed legislative enhancement to mining claims. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Daniel, seconded Councillor Moriarty. All in favour? Against? That is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kate, for changing at very short notice. All right, councillors, continuing along in the community section under General Manager John, 12.2.1. Now, Councillor Cruz, you've declared an interest in this particular item. So this is the proposed major planning scheme amendment number 7, so the business improvement and innovation post-consultation revision. That must be the longest name for an agenda item ever. So thank you, John, if you could introduce this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Good morning again, councillors, through the chair. Councillors, today we're here to talk about the proposed major planning scheme amendment number 7. I think it is fair to say there's a lot of members in the public gallery here today. This has been a long process and a process that council kicked off many months ago. We've had a significant consultation period. We're here today to come back to council and talk about the results of that consultation process and put forward some recommendations to council in accordance with the Minister's guidelines and rules. I think just to steal Councillor Moriarty's comments, you know, there are some aspects in local government that council gets right really well. There are other aspects where we go into community and we need to certainly consult and work with community on what they would like and what they would like to see moving forward in their particular communities. This is certainly one of those aspects. We have certainly heard what community has said. I personally believe with the recommendations putting forward here that we have certainly heard very clearly what constituents, ratepayers within our communities do want, and I think that is testament to the gallery and the people in there today. So thank you for coming to the gallery, and with that in mind, I'll hand over to our officers, Helen and Patrick, to walk through the report. As always, councillors, if there is questions on the way through the report, more than happy to answer those.
Through the chair, thank you for having me today. Generally what we're seeking today is endorsement of the public consultation report part 1 and 2 and the key changes proposed to the amendment that are occurring in response to the submissions and feedback from the state. We will also be seeking support from council to request approval to adopt the revised planning scheme amendment from the Minister of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning. We will also be seeking council's approval to adopt and commence the proposed amendment following hopeful approval from the Minister, and to repeal the temporary local planning instrument 02/2022 for operational work involving vegetation clearing within the Carnarvon Gorge area. When did we engage? Public consultation occurred from 10 February to 28 February 2023. Initially, this consultation period was intended to conclude on the 31st of March 2023. However, this period was extended to provide the community with more time to review the proposed changes. This period was open for 53 business days, which far exceeds the statutory requirement of 20 business days prescribed under the Act. We undertook the consultation in accordance with the approved community engagement and consultation plan. We drafted that plan, which in many cases exceeded the expectations and statutory requirements for a communications strategy, with its strong commitment to inform as many community members as possible about the amendment and the opportunity to make a submission, and to also undertake prioritised engagement and direct communication with key stakeholders. For example, there is no statutory requirement for council to write a letter to a landholder affected by a proposed change in zoning and/or precinct, but we did that. This commitment was further demonstrated during the public consultation period by actions such as the unplanned drafting and release of additional information, which responded to frequently asked questions that had not been foreseen prior to the engagement beginning. All the details of the engagement period are provided in public consultation report number 1. This report was released on the Have Your Say page and emailed to people in July and August of this year. The plan was split into 2 parts so that community members who had participated in the engagement period could be provided some certainty about their concerns had been heard and that council officers were working through them. This approach was taken to address previous feedback we'd had about engagement which did not close the loop, and to ensure that people knew we were getting along with things. The Part 2 consultation report will be released following Council's approval of the proposed response. I'll just run through some of these fairly quickly rather than reading every component on it. There were 12 consultation events across the region, which resulted in direct in-person engagement with over 131 individuals in 8 different locations across the region and online. There are also 11 different private meetings with individuals or small groups. In responding to inquiries, there were over 73 telephone discussions, over 177 emails sent. Web page traffic, we had 778 visits to the dedicated Have Your Say page with 150 downloads of documents. We also had 764 visits to the e-plan, which was actually up from the same period the previous year, even though we also had an engagement period that took place during part of that period. In terms of letters, we sent 132 letters out on the 14th to initially advise landholders affected by the proposed zone and precinct changes. We also sent a follow-up letter on the 23rd of February to provide additional clarification and information on the proposed tourism and ecotourism precincts. We have emailed 55 different key stakeholders from local business and industry, through the newsletter, the e-news bulletin, 2,288 subscribed community members for that newsletter, and that was sent out 12 times. We have also advised through the community reference groups, which reach 329 community leaders. We believe we've achieved the purpose of this engagement, which was to engage with key stakeholders and the general community regarding the proposed amendment. So some of the key takeaways here is that we engaged with multiple different landholders, we shared information across various different platforms, we met and exceeded statutory requirements, and most importantly, we listened to what people were telling us. And by listening to that and understanding those concerns, both that we heard verbally and that we heard through submissions, that has resulted in changes which are being proposed for approval today. That is why we see it as being a successful engagement, is that engagement led to change. I also want to note that we aren't finished yet in terms of engagement, in that once a decision is made, we will be communicating that decision to the wider community, but also to the people who made submissions or who were initially identified as being affected landholders. So, what did the community say? We received 44 submissions, of which 7 submissions were determined to be not properly made. These were still reviewed for relevant planning matters and considered where present. 32 submissions were primarily in objection to the tourism and ecotourism precincts. 6 submissions objected to the rezoning of a lot in the rural zone to the emerging community zone in Capella, and 3 submissions objected to the rezoning of a lot used by Queensland Cotton Gin in Emerald from the industry zone to the emerging community zone. We also note that AgForce made a submission on behalf of 102 individuals. Notably, 25 individuals listed on the AgForce submission also made an individual submission captured in the total of 44. We also note that the majority of the signatories did not contact council or register at a consultation event, so there may be some individuals on that list who may not have been as well informed as those that attended those events.
Helen, just before we move to the slide, just so we get this straight in the head as we go on, when a submission's not properly made, what could that be? What would that mean?
Generally, it is a person who's made the submission has not provided their address, or they provided it after the closing date. So it's under the legislation, there are various components that you need to meet to be considered a properly made submission. However, it does give you the option to consider them even if they're not properly made. So we considered them regardless.
Yep, cool, thank you.
Okay. In terms of the analysis, we reviewed all submissions and organised them by theme, sub-themes and key matter. We used the same themes that we used within the engagement period to group them. A summary of each of these matters that were raised is provided in the Part 2 report, and we've also provided direct quotes to sort of capture the essence of what people were trying to tell, and even to a certain extent the emotions that were being felt, that came across in their submissions. I did want to note that a number of the sub-themes were excluded from further analysis on the basis that we received no submissions for them. In terms of the broader amendment package, basically what that means is that if we didn't receive a submission on them, they will go ahead as presented within the public consultation period. So how has the amendment changed in response? I'll just pass this one out. This is just a two-page summary that's out of Appendix B. So it's a very short summary of where things have been changed. Just in case you hadn't noticed that one, because there was quite a bit to wade through.
Just through the share as well, that will obviously all be available on the website so that everyone can read that at their leisure. Thank you.
Okay. While we were considering the submissions and how we should redraft the planning scheme, there were some guiding principles that we needed to keep in mind. So first off, we needed to make sure that the revisions were not significantly different. This is important because under the Minister's guidelines and rules, if the change proposed in response to public consultation is considered to be significantly different from what was presented in the version that went to public consultation, we do need to undertake public consultation again. We wanted to be able to ensure that we didn't have to go through that process again because we wanted to give people certainty as quickly as possible. The changes needed to be consistent with the planning legislation, the state planning policy and the Minister's guidelines and rules. So basically just legislative compliance there, ensuring that changes are clear and well drafted, that any revisions proposed are only responding to relevant planning matters, and that there may be some additional changes that could be allowed if they rectified an identified error, such as a spelling mistake and the like. Appendix B, and this material, as Patrick noted, is all up, will all be placed on the website, includes a summary of the and track change sections of all the revisions, and also includes that summary document that I just passed around. Appendix E includes a revised list of all the proposed zone changes and the updated mapping. So I won't go through each of the themes. I'm just going to go through the two areas where the main changes happened. So theme 1, promoting tourism. As noted, this was where the majority of submissions were received. This theme was all about introducing revisions to boost tourism throughout the region by supporting the market to develop a range of tourism products and also to provide opportunities for income diversification on large rural properties. This support was primarily produced by lowering the level assessment for uses associated with tourism. Within the rural context, the amendment sought to support low-intensity, small-scale tourism activities that were compatible with the sustainable use of rural land and would not compromise the use of the land for existing and future rural activities. Medium to large-scale tourism-related land uses were still considered to be more appropriately located in urban areas. As a direct result of the 32 submissions in objection to the proposed tourism and ecotourism precincts, the precincts and the key tourism areas have been removed from the proposed amendment. Additionally, any proposed changes referencing these precincts have been removed and returned to the existing status quo under the current planning scheme. Several submitters also made insightful remarks regarding planning matters such as suggested amendments to zone and use codes about how tourism activities could be managed and regulated in the rural zone. These matters could not be addressed as part of this proposed amendment package without triggering another round of public notification. So in the interest of providing this resolution as quickly as possible and allowing the uncontested portion of the proposed amendment to proceed to adoption, we have not addressed these matters. However, we will reconsider them in the future as part of a future proposed amendment package that will focus on tourism, particularly tourism in the rural zone. Taking on board all the feedback we have received, we would be planning to undertake pre-engagement with rural landholders to inform the drafting of that package.
So, Mayor,
Sorry, Councillor Rolfe, yeah.
so through you, Mayor, can I just ask, if this goes through in this tourism part, will this exclude any landholder or property owner from making an application to have farm stay or any other tourist activity on their property?
Certainly not. Under the current planning scheme, tourist park and nature-based tourism is code accessible anyway. So there is still that option. In terms of some of the other tourism uses that were proposed under the planning scheme that are getting rolled back. So an example of that would be air services, with the idea of being joyride helicopters or small tourist attractions, tourist attractions where you might stop with a statue or something and take a picture. So think peanut van. Those were also proposed to have the level assessment lowered down to code accessible. We'll be rolling those back in response to submissions. So individuals who own property and would like to do those types of uses on them could still apply to do them. However, they would be impact accessible. So that means that potentially it may not be supported in that instance.
And I think that's pretty key there. It goes from code to impact, and I think that's what a lot of people are interested in, and that's the submissions we've got.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I guess there's no better example of that than the recent refusal at Carnarvon Gorge, where if it doesn't meet the strict guidelines, then it's refused. And I guess I don't want to convolute this conversation, but yeah, there's certainly a mechanism to make sure that those things just don't happen. So they'll be assessed. All right, thank you.
Just to clarify for everyone in the room as well, these are areas within the scheme where there will be consequential changes resulting from the decision to remove the tourism and ecotourism precincts. Each of these changes are provided in the Appendix B document, but just as a general overview, it will, there's areas within the strategic framework, the tables of assessment, the zone codes, the development codes, and the mapping. Often, in most cases, it's at most one line, so it's not a massive change. It's just, in a lot of cases, just removing any reference that says ecotourism or tourism precinct in a lot of cases. In terms of mapping and administrative changes, in general, what was proposed under the scheme amendment was updates to the state planning policy mapping and the DCDB spatial layer. So DCDB spatial layer is basically the layer within the mapping that shows you where all the lot boundaries are. So multiple of those maps were updated to reflect the newer data that's provided by the state government. For clarification for most people, what that means is that if you've got, say, vegetation mapping, you would still have to abide by whatever was on the state mapping anyway. So all we're doing is making sure that ours reflects a more recent version of the state mapping. It doesn't actually add anything extra areas that you would be assessed under, wouldn't be assessed under otherwise. There were changes to the strategic framework, zoning and other overlays to reflect updates to council's data. So it reflects new subdivisions that have occurred, development approvals or proposed land use changes under the amendment, including the proposed tourism and ecotourism precincts. That's probably the main ones. In response, as a direct result of the 9 submissions, in objection to the 2 proposals to resume Lot 5 on SP 273888, so that was the lot in Capella, and Lot 30 on DSDN 836334, which was the Emerald Cotton Gin lot. Council officers have proposed to withdraw these proposals to rezone them, also over the adjacent lots next to those as well. Of course, just to clarify for everyone in the room, the mapping has also been updated to reflect the removal of the ecotourism tourism precinct mapping and the removal of the key tourism areas off the strategic map economic theme. Just also for clarification, these are the areas that will be tabled for future amendments to be rolled into future packages or as a standalone package when appropriate. They can be mainly grouped into amenity and reverse amenity related issues, particularly in regard to tourism and rural areas. So that was around potentially reviewing zone and use codes to more clearly define how potential reverse amenity effects on existing or future agricultural operations may be assessed and managed, including such things as separation, distances from boundaries and the like. It also considered further consideration of whether or not new definitions for small scale, low intensity would be appropriate. In other areas, there was also a proposal in one of the submissions to provide a lowered level of assessment for workforce accommodation for rural workers, if small scale, and also to review the waste management provisions for all types of development. What will happen next? So if the recommended resolution is supported by the councillors, letters will be sent to all submitters and affected landholders advising of the revisions. The letter will include a link to the Have Your Say page where the public consultation report part 1 and 2 will be uploaded, as well as all the other documents that are already attached to this agenda item on Council's website. The letters to submitters will be personalised with excerpts from the Part 2 report that relate to their specific key matters. The revised amendment package will then be submitted to the Minister, and within 40 days of receiving the proposal, the Minister must give Council a notice stating whether or not the proposed amendment can be adopted. I would just note at this stage that it is likely to occur during caretaker period, so there will be a delay in Council being able to make a final decision on whether or not to adopt the proposed amendment once we hear back from the Minister. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank a number of individuals for their support, assistance and collaboration during this process. It has been on and off, going on for a while now. In terms of that, I'd like to thank in the development and land management area, Sarah, Patrick, Kirsten, Rebecca and Joanna. I'd also like to thank from Public Relations and Events, Kayla, Sasha and Cara. From Shepherd Services, Milana and Chris, who assisted with our GIS and mapping. From Isvis, Sasha and Mark, who have also assisted with providing the amendment in on the e-plan so that people can be able to compare the two mapping sets and the like. The Rockhampton Office of Department of State Development, Infrastructure and Local Government and Planning, Anthony, Tracy and Carl, who have been working with us on this application. I'm sure there are some that I have forgotten that have been involved at different stages, so I'd also like to thank them. And
right, thank you very much, Helen. And I suspect that's the shortest report for a lot of work for an agenda item as well, so thank you for that. Councillors, obviously in the recommendation, I'm working backwards here, there's obviously significant parts of that, and I think in Helen's slide shows there's this amendment obviously relates to a number of things, so a number of things accumulating over a period of time and obviously reviewed. So there's a lot of parts to this. So I guess, councillors, if you've got questions, we need to relate them to the parts of it that you might have a question about. And thank you for your question earlier and clarification, Councillor Rolfe. All pretty clear. Sorry, go, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. I suppose mine are probably more comments. I just want to say I think that Council have come up with the idea, they've put it out there, and you've listened to the community. Unfortunately, I think that this is, again, I'll say it over and over again, because it's nearly the end of the term, so I can keep saying it, that we need to have specialist engagement officers' capacity in this organisation to support how we go out and where we engage. And I noted you've got pre-engagement discussions with rural landholders, etc. But that said, I hope going forward this council actually does build that capacity. What I would like to say is, but thank you very much for doing the engagement that you did around the amendments to these the planning schemes and trialling these ideas. I apologise that there was so much angst for community in this process. But thank you for listening to the community and providing all the data that you've given us here today to make our decisions with. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. And I think the significant lesson here in the rigidity of planning schemes, I guess it's an application that's generally takes more of an urban, I suppose, focus. And this is a classic example of the major part of the suggested changes and amendments relating to our rural landholders, and it's quite different. And I think the lesson here is in the rigidity of the rules around engagement with planning, that we need to be a little more circumspect about when we actually go to our regions. We always said that if this wasn't acceptable, that it wouldn't be in there. And I'm very grateful for all the submissions and the honesty, I guess, about their concerns. Now, a lot of them are unfounded, and we've had those conversations, and we've got to a point where we're settled with that. But the point is, we are a community that needs to listen to the sorts of things we need to do. Changes in the rural landscape are particularly sensitive at the moment. So I guess in terms of what we're obliged to do in terms of a planning scheme, we now need to relate that to, I suppose, the impact that it will have on potentially those landholders, and obviously that'll be a process we can investigate going forward. I think that's a useful thing. Can I just say, in terms of the submitters, clearly there were some, obviously, and a smaller amount to some of the more urban ones, which are still quite important, and they've been obviously captured as well. So obviously the range of recommendations there covers a lot of changes to our scheme. But certainly I do endorse and thank the way that our rural community have responded to us. Certainly there was no force intended, and there's no land grab. I guess I heard some words about that the other day, which is completely ill-informed. So I'd like to think that if we are going to have conversations about things, that we do it in the right spirit. So certainly this was an opportunity going forward for a business improvement. We know that it doesn't apply so well in rural areas, and that will be the learning. So I guess going forward that our engagement will be a little more contrived around making sure that that's right. So I'm very pleased to see the result that you've provided us today, Helen. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. A question, it's not relating to the precinct, but it's been great to have the discussion and hear the feedback regarding the precincts. It's about, so with the planning scheme amendment, there's lots of minor changes that have occurred. And one thing in reading the 571-page document that I picked up in the, it's to do with renewable energy. I just wanted to get some clarification. So in the infrastructure and services theme, element 7, energy and telecommunications, you've got some addition of words, which is, I'll just read it out, it's the end of a sentence that we've added in, without compromising the contribution of the agricultural industry of the economic sustainability of the region. So that is supportive of renewable energy without that compromising of the economic sustainability. I just want to ask, given that renewable energy is applications are code accessible unless they're within a precinct, how do we, I guess, satisfy ourselves with the application that there is an economic impact on the agricultural industry with the renewable energies. It's, you know, as supportive as I am with renewable energy, everyone's very aware that to meet the targets, there's going to be a large need for large areas of agricultural land for renewable energy. Thank you.
Through the chair, I might hand straight over to the team. That's a fairly technical response, and Patrick, if you can summarise quickly, and if we need any further information, we can come back to councillors on that, but I'll hand over to the team.
Thank you very much, Councillor Daniels, and through the chair, just indeed, that's a very good question, and it's always a balancing act to balance between agriculture and renewable energy if they compete for land. So that's certainly very important, and that is considered every time an application for renewable energy is received. There has been quite a lot of progress already. So there's a number of solar arrays that can be installed with sheep and cattle actually grazing underneath it. So there is now the opportunity to have compatible renewable energy and agricultural land uses on the one site. If we use the example of a wind farm, that certainly generally enhances infrastructure and otherwise on a property, and there's also a very significant financial windfall that comes to the farmer in most of those cases. If an application is presented to council, all these aspects are certainly being considered. So is it good quality agricultural land? Then probably it's not the right location for a solar farm or a wind farm. If it's grazing land, we need to really look at all of the parameters that are present to see how it all works and how it can fit into the landscape and not compromise the agricultural integrity of the land. So that's always being considered. Look, every application is done on a case-by-case basis, but there's also the consideration of accumulative effects on agriculture and all other land uses as well. So when an application is presented, that is always being considered in that case. So it's just to make that very clear that all of these things are influencing the final decision on this. And through, for the benefit of the mayor, what you raised earlier, the refusal of the tourist park at Carnarvon Gorge, that was precisely the reason why that did not go ahead. So again, it had nothing to do with the proposal itself. It was the location and the scale of the proposal. And this was a code-accessible application. And it was very clearly considered that the effects of things like bushfire, flooding, and the amenity of the area and the scale were not quite appropriate. Probably easy to say if that had been a smaller proposal, that would probably not have been such an impact, but certainly that was the case in this case, and that is why it was not proposed to go ahead at this stage.
Thanks, Patrick. I guess we've got to be careful about what we do talk about in respect of that, but the reality is, you know, and it comes back to this fact that the planning scheme is very much a fair scheme. It takes into account submitters and applicants equally, but they'll be assessed on their merits, and obviously if we can get that right and get the right amount of input into it, it'll work well, it'll serve us all very well. So,
absolutely, thank you. It is a very democratic system, and as we've seen with this process as well, is that it has resulted in those changes that are being proposed. Yep. Thank you.
All right, Councillor, so just thank you very much, Helen, for making it quite clear on that slide presentation. It was informative, and I think to our visitors today in terms of what's going to be now excluded and how it will change. Councillor Rolfe asked the question about the status quo, so it'll go back to that. So as you know, certainly some of our submitters, obviously, who read it and understood it, appealed back to us. So there was some very, very insightful information we shared back, and we're very grateful for that. So this recommendation is quite large, councillors. So one is that obviously endorses the public consultation reports. This is quite procedural, I guess I'm referring to here, Helen. So in accordance with section 18.4 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules. So that's the first part. So it authorised the publication of the Central Highlands Regional Council website and for a link for it to be provided together with a letter to submitters and affected landholders, and that's all of those that are properly made, and with your discretion, those that might not have been properly made. So thank you for that. The second part is we endorse the revised version of the Major Planning Scheme Amendment number 7 with those changes you've recommended, business improvement and innovation, the rest of that long term. 3 is to authorise council officers to, in accordance with section 21.2 of those ministers' guidelines and rules, to give notice to the minister and request approval to adopt that proposed amendment. Part 4 authorises the Chief Executive Officer, or the interim Chief Executive Officer at the time, on the provision that the Minister does not apply any conditions to undertake all steps identified in section 22 of those Ministers' guidelines and rules to enable the adoption and commencement of the proposed amendment in a timely manner. And 5 is approves the repealing of temporary local planning instrument 02/2022 operational work involving vegetation clearing within the Carnarvon Gorge at the time of the commencement of the planning scheme amendment. A timing issue, I think, Helen. Yep, all right. So, Councillor, that's a very long recommendation with those changes again. So, is someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Rolfe, seconded Councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. That's carried unanimously. Visitors, thank you very much for your submission. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, can I just make one comment just in relation to the handout? I have checked that document. That's not tabling an additional document. No. That's what was contained in the published meeting agenda papers at Appendix B.
Yep, thank you. And that will be, the documentation will be on the website. Is that correct? Yep, thank you. All right. Thank you, councillors. Now, I don't think the next agenda item leaves Councillor Cruz on the couch outside, but she'll have to come back in for the consideration of this. Can I just say to all our visitors, you're getting quite a unique experience today, because it's not very often that we have a matter where obviously the majority of councillors actually have a prescribed conflict of interest. It just goes to show how good the Mitre 10 store is at making sure they've got shareholders. Folks, I was just inquiring as to how much smoko we have. If you do, we will do this agenda item, I think, and then we're going down to the gallery for morning tea. So everyone's welcome to come down if you'd like to come down. Right. Right. Councillors, this agenda item, which is 12.2.2. Councillors, you've all made declarations, or I know that Councillor Moriarty, Councillor Brimblecombe, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Cruz, Councillor Rolfe and myself have made declarations in respect of this. And on that basis, and given the standing orders which relate to our quorum, obviously it makes it problematic, obviously, for this matter to be considered. So we've referred this matter to governance. And I guess if you don't mind, I'll read through this, because procedurally this is what we need to do. There's not obviously enough quorum to discuss this matter at a general council meeting. So, councillors, what we're doing here is considering the alternative to having this matter dealt with. So you're entitled to be in the room. Your conflict is noted, but we're not actually dealing with the report per se. So section 65 of the Council Standing Orders and Meeting Procedures and section 150 EU2 of the Local Government Act 2009 state that the local government must do one of the following. One is to delegate deciding the matter under section 257 of the Act unless the matter cannot be delegated under that section. B, decide by resolution to defer the matter to a later meeting, and that's obviously moot. And C, decide by resolution not to decide the matter and to take no further action in relation to the matter unless the Act or another Act provides that the local government must decide the matter. And that's not an option that we can consider anyhow. So, therefore, the delegation that we choose under option A here, so it's not really a choice, is that the matter is actually decided in this instance by the CEO. So I guess what we're doing would be delegating that responsibility to the CEO in this case. This is not without precedent. There are a number of places, I think, in other parts of the state where either at a very significant level, it's been referred to or delegated to the department to make I guess, a decision in relation to significant development applications where councillors are either compromised or they have a conflict of interest. So there's obviously precedent for this. So the alternative recommendation that will deal with this agenda item 12.2.2 and will replace, I guess, the deliberation we were going to have prior to councillors declaring their conflicts, is that the Central Highlands Regional Council, pursuant to sections 150E2A and 257(1)B of the Local Government Act, delegates to the Chief Executive Officer its power to decide on the Rise Up 2023 R305, which is made by the Emerald Cooperative Society and known to most of us as Emerald Mitre 10, pursuant to Council's economic stimulus policy, Stream 4 development application fees and infrastructure charges, seeking a rebate of development application fees and infrastructure charges, and our council reference number is there, and subject to the following conditions. One is, in terms of timeliness, the Chief Executive Officer make a decision on and before the 15th of December, and two, as soon as practicable thereafter, the Chief Executive Officer publish a copy of the decision on the Council's website immediately below the published minutes of this General Council meeting. So notwithstanding the content and the recommendation that is contained in the original report, that will be the content of which the CEO will be delegated your decision or her decision. She will delegate our decision to her. Obviously, that will be how she will consider the matter, should you do so. So, councillors, with the greatest respect, we don't have a lot of option here other than to do that. So that's the recommendation. Is there a question on process or procedure that someone would like to ask? That's all? Yep. Okay, thank you. All right, so that's the recommendation I think that Marnie's put up there so that you can all see. Is someone happy to move that, please? Moved by Councillor Brimblecombe, seconded Councillor Cruz. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. That is carried. Yes, you're right. I'm thinking that in terms of the next report, I think we can nearly do that by 10:30. Right. So, councillors, we'll move along to the next agenda item. And councillors, that sits with our Infrastructure and Utilities team under General Manager Jason Houlihan. That's in relation to the Total Asset Management Plan 2023-2033. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. In the theme of reports today, with a lot of work going into a very short council report, we present today the Total Asset Management Plans for Council 2023-24 to 2032-33. The Total Asset Management Plan presented today, along with the asset management plans for individual assets, are key strategic documents that support decision making and are reviewed by external bodies such as the QAO and the Queensland Treasury Corporation in regard to Council's long-term financial planning and sustainability. I'll hand over to the Manager of the Project Management Office, Kim Downey, to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors. As already mentioned, the purpose of the report today is to seek council endorsement of the Total Asset Management Plans. The plans are actually required under both Section 104 of the Local Government Act and Sections 167 and 168 of the Local Government Regulation. Under those sections, council is required to have asset management plans that cover a period of 10 years or more in place. The Total Asset Management Plan presented in Attachment 1 is actually a summary document of 13 individual asset management plans. These plans were developed in line with how business units actually manage our assets. Previously, Council endorsed asset management plans based on financial class in 2016. So we've realigned and regrouped how our assets are managed. Individual plans were developed for airports, communities, disaster management, fleet depots and workshops, information, communication and technology, parks and recreation, property services, ranger services and rural land management, sale yards, sewer, transport infrastructure, waste and water. There is a proposed AMP for our flood mitigation infrastructure as well. It has actually been placed on hold pending confirmation of data. The values in the total asset management plan are based on the asset data as at June 2022, and the values for 23-24 are as per the 23-24 budget as adopted in June 2023, with each subsequent year indexed in line with the long-term financial plan included in the 23-24 budget deliberations. Prior to the development of the total asset management plan, council officers undertook analysis of all the data as at 30 June 2022. This analysis looked at accuracy of the data, the completeness of the data, and the accuracy of the condition data for each asset category. The outcome of this assessment was C, uncertain. As detailed in Table 1 of the report, a confidence grade of C indicates that up to 50% of the data is extrapolated and accuracy is estimated to be in the range of plus or minus 25%. To develop asset renewal programs, Council relies on the condition rating, useful life and unit rate of the components of assets. The confidence grade of C, uncertain, indicates that the required data is not as accurate as it should be, and this will actually impact on the draft plans and renewal programs. The documented outcome of Strategic Project 3 asset management plans, as included in the 23-24 operational plan, is to see improvements to Council's AMPs integrated with Council's budgeting process. To progress this outcome and to improve the data on which Council's AMPs and total asset management plan is based, an asset management improvement plan has been developed. This has been included in attachment 2 of the report. This plan sets out the requirements to address gaps or improve details in sections of the AMPs and TAMP, and to include the confidence rating for asset category data sets. It is a rolling plan with the intent to focus on asset categories in line with our revaluation program and with an assessed level of risk associated with each category. So councillors, the recommendation today is that council endorse the total asset management plan 23-24 to 2032-33 and requests an annual progress report on the improvement actions. Happy to take any questions.
Yep. Thank you, Kim. Councillor Robb.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Kim. This is an extraordinary amount of work when you read through the asset management plans of the 13, possibly will be 14. And just on page 154 of our agenda, there's 1.3 talks about the level of service. And I thought it was really quite informative because you can actually see what it talks about being our present funding levels, sufficiency of our levels of funding at the present time, and when you look through the financial years for the next 10 years, you can actually see what level of funding is needed, required, and I think that this will be just so helpful for going forward into the next 10 years of our council regional infrastructure, etc. It's just very good. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that, Councillor Robb. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. I'd like to concur with Councillor Rolfe and can see that this is an enormous body of work and all the different facets that have to be included, particularly for me as the levels of service that continue to change. And the life cycle of your assets as well, when you're trying to extrapolate that out over time. I was just having a look to see what the population of Central Highlands will be in 2032 34, was it?
33, yeah.
33, but I just couldn't find that, but I think that we're staying pretty consistent, so I guess from that perspective, at this stage, we're not going to have too many changes. But I did note on page 157 of the agenda, under the heading levels of service, I was going to be asking, my question too was about how do you, do your asset management plan over a 10-year period, and then how do you have, how is it responsive to community needs as it changes over time? So I was very pleased that you did put in there that you're using the feedback from the customer research, the community satisfaction survey that council does every couple of years, and also the different types of levels of service that have to be considered, as well as the list of legislation that has to be considered around those levels of service. I guess my question would be that council have just done a vision project as well for over the next 20 years, and the only audience it's written for is council. So I was just wondering if you would be incorporating any of the feedback that came through that process as well, Kim, with your ongoing planning, I guess, for service levels, or even the types of infrastructure that might be in there?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Moriarty, there's a very broad answer to that says probably. It does depend on the actual asset category, but to be really good at asset management, every time that council adopts a strategy or a master plan, it should be immediately put into our future planning.
Yep.
So we have the timing and the costing included, if necessary, in the next 10 years. So as we get feedback from the community and strategies and plans are developed, they will be included in future drafts.
And thank you, because I know that you've made that sound simple, but that is actually an extremely complicated process. When you also link in planning schemes, when you also link in 10-year financial plans and as well. So I just wanted to say congratulations. You've upgraded this, you've looked at asset management and improved the long-term asset management planning that council's doing. So thank you very much. We're on a journey to continue to improve, and that's where we're at. And this is an awesome document. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. And as you know, our biggest concern, I guess, in any forward years is the combination of asset revaluations and depreciation, and these factor into, I guess, contemplation of the strategies that Kim's talking about and what sort of things you start investing in, renewals, maintenance versus new. And obviously, I think we've talked about long-term financial plans where we have less and less discretionary capital, and these sorts of things start to drive that. So whilst these are useful figures, there'll be a combination of factors. We have, obviously, through physical assets sort of condition reporting, got I think a pretty good handle on a lot of our stuff, but there's other asset classes where, when you can say it's uncertain, it's just one of those things you've got to keep working away at the actual condition of them. So that work never stops. So I concur with Councillor Rolfe that, this is certainly at least helpful in shaping, I guess you'd say, that sort of strategy working backwards. So this has been a very, very worthwhile document. Thank you. Thanks, Kim. Councillor Brimblecombe.
Just page 194, the improvement plan relates to each specific AMP document. Has each section got their own separate improvement plan?
Yes, councillor Brimblecombe, we have individual based on the asset category, and we also have the full overarching document that actually sets out the activity by year and by department.
Just so I note, it refers to 8.2 and then 8.2 refers to a specific document, but it doesn't specify.
Yes, so the details of section 8.2 in the actual individual asset management plans is the pages in the asset improvement plan that's attached.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, councillor Brimblecombe. Right, any other questions, councillors? All good? Well, councillors, the recommendation is that we endorse the Total Asset Management Plan 23-24 to 32-33 as detailed in attachment 1, and 2, request the CEO to provide an annual progress report on the Total Asset Management Plan and improvement actions. So someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Moriarty, second councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can I, sorry,
If Charlie turns his microphone off, I can hear you. Sorry, you're
it's a
right.
question. You said annual reporting. Isn't that part of some of our quarterly reporting or not? You're talking about just doing one report on this every year, not 6 monthly, not quarterly as part of the operational reporting? Sorry.
On asset management plans, yes. On capital reporting, much more often. And operational plan projects, much more often. But on asset management plan, once a year.
Okay. All right. Councillor, I recommend just about, we've used up a few extra minutes. Councillors, we might adjourn the meeting at 10:32 and head to the gallery. I'm not sure how much maker we've got, but you're more than welcome to share what we got. So, and if anyone has brought their lunchbox along as well, you can hoof that in there. It's all good. There's more than enough. Beautiful. So come on down, everyone, and we'll have a cup of tea. Thank you. councillors. We'll resume our meeting at 11:16. Councillors, we got to the end of our total asset management plan report just prior to morning tea. 12.4.2 is the endorsement of the project nominations for the remote airstrip upgrade program. And this is with our General Manager, Jason Houlihan again. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As mentioned by the Mayor, this report is with regard to the remote airstrips upgrade program round 10 by the Australian Government. I'll hand over to the Manager of the Project Management Office to run through the report.
Thank you. As already mentioned, this report is seeking council endorsement of a project to be submitted for funding under the Remote Airstrip Upgrade Program Round 10. Applications for the program opened on 6th of November and closed on the 15th of December. Because of that very short time frame, SPGG endorsement of the proposed project was actually signed off through a briefing note that was circulated. The intent of RAUP is to enhance the safety and accessibility of aerodromes in remote and very remote areas of Australia. The funding that is available is to cover 50% of eligible costs. The project proposed is the reseal of the Springshaw Aerodrome to address runway and apron crack sealing, pavement repairs and overall reseal. It has a value of just under 600,000, so we're seeking funding of just under 300,000. The requirement for this project was actually identified through our annual inspection program that's required for our ALAs and was initially included in the 24-25 budget, in the budget that was endorsed by Council in 23-24. The allocation in that budget was 150,000. The project, the requirements of the funding actually state that the project is required to commence in April 2024, which is really unusual, instead of it coming over to the following year. But it has already progressed in that we have already sought tenders for the resealing works. As part of the discussion about this funding, it was brought to our attention that the Buckland Emergency Airstrip upgrades may be eligible for this. Consideration was given to the inclusion of that, but due to the short timeframes in submitting the applications, we haven't included it, but we've noted that this will be considered in future budget and funding opportunities. So the recommendation is that we submit Springshaw Aerodrome reseal for consideration for funding. Happy to take any questions.
All right. Councillor Rolfe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. To you, Tyrone, I suppose a little bit of detail about runway apron cracking and the actual condition of the surface of a runway for planes. I know that in discussions with the Buckland, about the Buckland Strip, that it's there are wheel ruts on that bitumen surface, and I was talking to a pilot yesterday afternoon actually, who was saying that it is a plane coming in at speed is very. It's absolutely fraught with danger to actually land on those sorts of strips. So to actually get in and do runway surface resealing when the apron is still only in cracking and hasn't had that moisture under it, that's correct, isn't it? That's what happens, yeah. So, yeah, so that, thank you for doing.
Is that for Buckland or?
No, for any surface, yeah. Tyrone, because if you hit hit a rut with speed, you're in all sorts of strife, and especially on the narrower runways, as the road is at Buckland. But yeah, I think, and thank you for considering. That was just a light bulb moment in my mind about the Buckland strip, but that can certainly maybe go to another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask the criteria for selecting this project or this airstrip above the others, like the Buckland or any of the other airstrips, I guess comes back to your service levels. But I was just wanted to ask, so consideration for this project then, because it's a significant amount of money and a worthy project, obviously, of the almost $300,000. So as you were mentioning, the announcement is going to be in February 2024, and the project's to be completed 30th of April 2026. So obviously, in the next financial, the budget in the next financial year is where we allocate money for that one. This project?
Through the Chair, Councillor Moriarty, we already have $150,000 in next year's budget. So okay. If we're successful, it would be addition of another 150,000 for council's portion of the project. Yes.
Yeah, and I apologise. I thought that 150 was for the Buckland. So sorry.
No.
Okay. And also, I noted for the community engagement for the project. Obviously, you've got the internal consultation, but how do you prove the need, I guess, from a community perspective? Are you required to do that with these kind of projects?
So I'm happy, GM Nunson, to correct me here. The requirement for this actual project in Springshaw was an outcome of our required inspections.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily a community thing. It was flagged as an issue when CHRC do their inspections of our runways.
Good. Thank you very much, and I guess the community probably already know that as well. So thank you for clarifying that for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Councillor Moriarty, they've let us know a fair few times. Yep. All right, councillors, that recommendation there is to obviously endorse the following project to be progressed to that application for the funding under the Remote Airstrip Upgrade Program, round 10. So. And furthermore, if the application is successful, Central Highlands Regional Council will commit to the inclusion of required funds in the financial years in which the project will be delivered, inclusive of any project costs deemed ineligible by the funding body. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Cruz, second by Councillor Roll. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Tyrone. Road hierarchy model.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next report is with regard to the proposed adoption of a proposed rural road hierarchy model for the Central Highlands. I'll hand over to the Manager of Infrastructure, Tyrone Meredith, to run through the report. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. The purpose of this report is to provide council with an overview of the proposed changes to our existing adopted rural road hierarchy model. A rural road hierarchy is a classification system used for road segments to categorise their importance to the network based upon their use and function. It's important to note here that we're only looking at the rural road network, so any figures, everything excludes our urban network. Council has an existing rural road hierarchy model, which is based upon 4 levels. So each road segment is categorised into one of the 4 levels based upon the traffic count of that road. Each level then has a specified standard to which it should be constructed. Historically, the hierarchy sets a standard for all rural roads in the Central Highlands to have a sealed surface with a minimum 7 metres width. The existing standard is outlined in Figure 1, so it breaks down traffic counts from 150 vehicles and under, 150 to 500, 500 to 3,000 and over 3,000. But under that existing model, each one of those levels would require or would trigger a sealed surface. Clearly, analysis of this existing hierarchy has found that implementation of that model to that standard currently identified is unsustainable for council. Neighbouring councils have varying approaches to their adoption of the hierarchy, which is outlined in that figure too. As you can see, some of our neighbouring councils have a similar existing one, and some have a far more in-depth and realistic hierarchy, which is what it's broken down into. To allow for the greater range of categories, it is proposed that we adopt a 6-level hierarchy as shown in figure 3 in your report. So that has a 3-level rural access, so from a service road, a minor access, a major access, and then we move into 2 levels of collector road, being minor and major, and then our higher level or higher order is our arterial roads. Now, each one of those is classified due to the vehicles per day or the vehicle count on that segment. Under those 6 levels, our proposed standard is set out in figure 4. So basically says that for a rural access service, we have a formation only, a width of 6 metres, and then we move through our minor accesses and major accesses, which have a varying widths of gravel pavement as a standard. Once we reach the rural collector status, so over that 100 vehicles per day, that's when we trigger the steel standard. And that steel standard is relatively consistent throughout. It just changes width, and it changes basically just width of the seal. And an analysis of our existing network it's shown in figure 5, and it shows that of our rural road network of 4,150 kilometres, that about 388 kilometres would fit in the service access category, which is around 9%. We then move into our minor access with 1,570 kilometres, or roughly 38%. Our major access, which is around the 30% at 1,200 kilometres. Our minor collector being around 20%, or 788, and our major collector being around that 3% of the network at around 111 kilometres, and only 65 kilometres of arterial network. It's important to note that the hierarchy assigns a category onto each segment of the road. The segments are allocated or in line with the asset register. As such, the category of the road can change along the length as the use changes. A good example of this is the Willies Creek Royals Road north of Dingo. As it comes off the Beef Road, it starts as a minor collector road. As we move further north and less properties use it as an access, it becomes a major access road, then a minor access road, finishing at the end as a service road. So that just sort of shows the use of the road changes as you move along. To account for the effect of heavy vehicles on the network, a multiplier is used when determining the vehicle counts. And that multiplier used is dependent upon the type of heavy vehicle. The figure 6 in the report outlines what each vehicle class accounts for. As an example, a semi-trailer using the road is worth 5 vehicles. So if it had 2 semi-trailers per day, the vehicle count would be 10. That just takes into account the extra damage or effect that those heavy vehicles have on the network. So due to the difficulty in obtaining the accurate traffic data across the network, process was previously undertaken to determine theoretical traffic counts. And they're based on the number of properties on each road and the known usage of that property. So depending on the known of what that property does. So through this process, each segment of the road was assigned a traffic volume, and where possible, this is verified with actual traffic counts, as well as known community information as well. So the use of the hierarchy while we actually go through this process. It is intended that the hierarchy will be used for 2 main reasons. Firstly, it's used as a tool to inform and prioritise investment within the road network for capital upgrades, capital renewal, and for maintenance work. Secondly, It's used by works crews to set a standard for their upgrades and renewal works which are undertaken. It's also intended in future that a maintenance standard will be developed, and this will align closely to the hierarchy. It's acknowledged that the use of the road segment changes across time in response to a multitude of factors. So property uses change, what's happening on properties changes, and that affects the vehicle usage. To ensure that the hierarchy remains relevant, it's intended that we would review this on an annual basis. So that's in conjunction with known property changes, as well as our traffic count program as well, which would feed into that review process. A previous presentation was made to the Strategic and Briefing Forum in March this year to discuss the draft road hierarchy. At that time, we were undergoing a process with the Bowen Basin Regional Roads Investment Strategy, where it was being prepared, and it was not yet at a stage where it could be considered in conjunction with our road hierarchy. So that investment strategy has since been endorsed by the BBRTG. And what it is a similar hierarchy strategy which is undertaken on local roads of regional significance, or LARS, within the Central Highlands, Isaac and Banana regions. That's both higher order local roads and lower order state government roads. The purpose of that strategy was to assist in determining investment priorities for roads across the wider region. In contrast to the road hierarchy, this strategy also takes into consideration social and economic criteria to determine their priority. As the investment strategy is mostly considering higher order roads, the standards outlined are substantially higher than what's proposed in our road hierarchy. A comparison was undertaken between the two models where there is a crossover in the network, and except for a couple of minor outliers, this comparison found quite a good consistency between the two models, which gives some level of confidence in how the approach was undertaken. That's the report.
Beautiful. Can I ask an obvious question, Tyrone? I mean, I guess in terms of periodically doing the benchmarking and comparing between, other local government areas. I mean, I know, Kim had an asset management plan, and then I guess we look at the road, I suppose you'd say the road network separately to that. Does sort of like, does the asset management plan sort of drive a little bit the sort of hierarchy, or is it the other way around, I guess, in terms of, potentially, I guess, where the cost and maintenance might be sort of prolific,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take that one. I guess there's no coincidence that they're both being presented today. They're both heavily reliant on each other, and a lot of work has gone into these two projects over the last 12 to 18 months to get them both to a point where we consider them both ready for adoption. So the information that is presented in this hierarchy has been considered in the asset management plan, and the asset management plan also feeds back into the sustainability of this model, so they work hand in hand.
Okay. I figured that was the case, and I guess just how closely that sort of, how the distance between them catching up is sort of the thing. And I guess at the end of the day, and I suppose it's very, very hard to predict, and I know with your road transport inspections with councils over the number of years, I mean, there's been some insightfulness, I guess, about that as well. So I was just wondering, the second part of that was just, how often are we going to do this hierarchy, or is it going to be something that's got a bit of flexibility?
Through the chair, I'll just jump back to that previous point before too. The prior adoption of the hierarchy, it wasn't realistic for what we had. So it's never been used as that tool. So this is an opportunity for us to be able to have that and use it. What we gain through those inspections certainly influences, and that's why the need to review it. It's 12 monthly, just to make sure that it remains relevant, remains consistent. If it's not relevant, then we can't use it for our processes. So that's where we get that flexibility and our ability to make those changes.
Thanks, Tora.
If I can, just for Councillor, Daniel's asked the next question. That's with regard to the actual asset data collection. So the model will stay the same. Our intention is the model will stay the same moving forward. That won't be reviewed on an annual basis, but based on the hierarchy, we'll determine how often we do traffic counts our higher order roads will get more frequent traffic counts. Some of our lower order roads might not need to be done every year. It might be every 3 or 4 years that those traffic volumes will be monitored and checked. So based on that hierarchy, it gives us a lot of strategic decision making around maintenance, inspections, as well as traffic counts data as well. So, but obviously the road user group meetings, which we've been sort of held over the last 12 months under Councillor Carpenter's leadership, has given us that opportunity to get first-hand from property owners, and we intend for those to continue. And as things change, if we're aware of things, we can obviously bring forward traffic counts to based on information that we receive.
Go, Councillor Daniels. Yep.
Thank you. It was really just a question if community members want to delve into the detail of what their road is classified as. Is there going to be the map available for people to view?
Through the chair, we hope to get it to the point where it can be community mind. Yeah, so basically eventually. Yeah. This part is just adopting what the actual model is,
the process, yeah.
And then we can put that better work into how that can be presented.
Okay,
properly.
great, thank you.
Councillor Brimcombe.
Just a quick thank you for Tyrone for some of the work he's done with the road users group. I know that a lot of that information is fed into this, and thanks to the road users groups. Just a quick query on how some of the seasonal traffic is caught, such as, your transport of grain on roads. How do you capture that? Because obviously there's heavier vehicles, more vehicles, or feedlot travel. How do you capture that? Is that fed from your road users group or individually?
So through the chair, most of the background work for this was actually done by Kim in the previous role. So a lot of that hard work was put into it. And from what I understand, that's taken into account by that individual segment mapping. So being able to determine what the use is and assigning a benchmark to that type of operation, to what that traffic usage will be. Once we have that as a benchmark, where we know there's outliers or exceptions, we can apply them individually. Like as an example, what we'll look to do going forward is some of the properties, like off the Tambo Road as an instance, the background cattle, and have that far higher usage. We can apply some of those individual factors to those, whether that be through targeted traffic counts or through that increased consultation with what their movements are. So this is the starting point, and that's where we pull in that extra information to apply to it, so that we build on its accuracy. For grain, for feedlotting, for any of those other intensive purposes.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Brimcombe. Thanks, Tyrone. And as you said, it's about getting the model right here in the first instance. So that recommendation. Sorry, Councillor Moriarty. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm just getting this acronym right. I just want to say, heck, there's a lot of work gone into this, and I was very glad the Mayor asked about linking in with our long-term asset management plan, because I was listening, and I did hear about the maintenance standards as well for those service levels to feed in. What I wanted to, well, first off was, I do remember you guys presenting the hierarchy originally, and I can't believe it was way back in March, but, and that you were waiting for, or whenever that was, but you were waiting, for that March, you were waiting for the Bowen Basin Roads and Transport Group to look at their hierarchy strategy. So I was really heartened when you said there that that was linking, so that obviously is driven through the Department of Main Roads and Transport and Main Roads, that hierarchy for the Bowen Basin.
So through the chair, it's driven by the Bowen Basin Regional Transport Group, of which TMR is a member.
Yep.
The Sales Council, Banana, and Isaacs and Warrabinda as well.
And through the chair, that was, I guess, the council's leading that process. So the council's contributed the funds along with main roads equally to fund that road investment strategy being developed. So it's something that we, as local government of Banana, Isaac and Central Highlands felt very strongly about and put the proposal to main roads for that investment strategy to be done across borders.
Oh, well, even better, that it's a collective approach and that obviously there's that overarching hierarchy, and then each of the councils do their own to sit within that. And you obviously have that, when you did that comparison where there was the crossover of some of those roads, you were also able to make sure that the standards fitted or had fitted. What I wanted to ask was, well, congratulations on that, well done. But also I wanted to ask, with that Bowen Basin Roads and Transport Group hierarchy strategy, do they adopt the same traffic count methodology and figure 6 on page 260, where the class of vehicle, so the extra effect of the traffic, do they use that same classification for the extra effect of for the traffic usage on the road?
So through the chair, they use a very similar mechanism, which is basically a Queensland standard.
Okay.
So yeah, that has consistency there. Theirs deals with the higher order roads. So everything of ours that's considered is pretty well arterial or collector status, because there are local roads of regional significance and some of our state roads. With that in mind, we've got more accurate traffic data for those, like actual traffic counts. So their report is based off actual traffic counts, not theoretical counts, because that level of data we have for that order of roads, if that makes sense.
Awesome.
Which is why it's great that there's some consistency between our model and their model, because ours uses the theoretical and theirs uses the actual traffic count data.
Awesome.
So that's sort of why that was used as a comparison, just to make sure that our methodology is somewhat sound. Which was good.
Yeah, awesome. Well, that means that we're benchmarking, or actually setting our own regional benchmarking against others and the state, and those requirements at that level as well. So, so well done.
Through the chair, there is a couple of little differences with the standard, with what they set, but overall it's pretty close.
Yeah, and I think that it's also a timely reminder too that, as you were saying, was it 4,150 kilometres of rural roads in the region? Like, that's massive. So yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moreira. Councillor Cruz?
Just through the chair, and apologies, I wasn't here for the March. The March information that you gave. So just to be clear, so in Figure 5 with the rural access service, obviously less than 10, which is 9.3%. With those unsealed pavement and sealed surfaces, with regards this hierarchy and ongoing maintenance, if they already have an unsealed pavement now, and the proposed hierarchy then suggests that they wouldn't have that. So going forward, they what happens with that? It's obviously not going to get maintained to the current level.
So through the chair, the intention under the maintenance standard, we wouldn't get rid of that pavement. We would keep maintaining it, but it would have a low priority for resheeting, for large scale capital resheeting works. It would have the maintenance grading with gravel top-up where required for safety purposes, but the intention would be that we wouldn't go out and do large-scale resheeting on those sections.
Yeah, because I suppose my concern is, whilst they might be a small amount, if you're the one person on the end of what will become a black soil road and you're trying to get to the doctor, it's just as important as the 100 people that may be going somewhere else on a sealed road. That's my concern. And I would also suggest that if they currently have that level now and then slowly dissipating, then that would be seen as obviously lesser service level to them in the rural sector.
Noted. There's opportunity to maintain what's there now, and that's something that we can write into the model, so that it's not seen as a reduction of standard. It would just be more that any of those other roads which are currently unformed, they wouldn't take the priority to have that limited amount of resheeting budget that we have. That would be the intent from us developing the program.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Roll.
Mayor, can I just give a very quick update about the Regional Road Investment Strategy? That's the Bowen Basin Regional Roads Transport Group. It is for, it has been updated again with data before we bring it to our meeting on Friday. And so that we're very aware of actually keeping the data fresh in that document. And the updates will predominantly be associated with the LARS, the RRS asset register, updates to with road widths, etc., and then updates to traffic configurations. So that's a process of keeping this document quite live. So Friday's our meeting, and we'll come to that. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Grimmelcombe.
Just with figure 6, your class of vehicle, that assumes all vehicles are compliant, as in axle loads?
Through the chair, yeah, basically.
Thanks, Councillor Grimmelcombe. Councillors, no more questions. We adopt the proposed rural road hierarchy model as presented. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Grimmelcombe, second by Councillor Moriarty. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. That is carried. Thank you, Tyrone. Councillors, I'm going to make an assumption that Arun may have had to move this afternoon, and he's I'll let Helen Kirby, the Manager of Finance, might introduce the next report in relation to the CHDC audited financial statements. Thank you, Helen. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Carrie. Yeah, I think you did actually tell me you were subbing in off the bench, so my apologies. General Manager Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, are we still? Yes. Good morning, councillors. In accordance with section 213B3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, this report presents the 2022-23 audited financial statements of the Central Highlands Development Corporation Limited, which is a controlled entity of council. I now hand over to the Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager. And through the Chair, an entity is considered a controlled entity if it is subject to the control of a local government. Control means the capacity of the local government to dominate the decision-making, directly or indirectly, of an organisation in relation to the financial and operating policies of the entity. The annual financial statements of a controlled entity of a local government are subject to a financial audit by the Queensland Audit Office in accordance with the Auditor-General Act 2009. Section 213B of the Local Government Regulation requires that if the audited statements, financial statements of a controlled entity, are audited under the Auditor-General Act, then the local government must present them at the next ordinary meeting of the local government and publish a copy on the local government's website within 14 days after the financial statements are presented at the meeting. The Central Highlands Development Corporation Limited, abbreviated as CHDC, is a controlled entity of council due to council's representation on the board. The board is comprised of 7 directors consisting of the Mayor, 3 councillors, 1 appointed as an alternate director, and 3 independent community members. The company has its own Chief Executive Officer, who also acts as the Secretary of the entity, and Council CEO acts as an observer on the board. On the 27th of October, the Auditor-General's delegate issued an unmodified opinion on the 2022-23 financial report of CHDC. This unmodified opinion reflected that the statements comply with the Australian accounting standards and present a true and fair view of the company's financial position, performance and cash flows for the year ended 30th of June 23. In relation to matters arising from the 2023 audit, the Queensland Audit Office issued a final management report to the Chief Executive Officer of CHDC on the 23rd of November. This report verified the completion of the audit, the opinion issued on the financial statements, and confirmed that no significant issues had been identified since the issue of the audit closing report on the 23rd of October. One current year internal control deficiency was documented in the internal audit closing report relating to the retention of signed employment contracts. This issue was resolved by CHDC by the 31st of October. There were no unresolved issues from prior year audits documented in the report. The audited financial statements of CHDC reflect a sound financial performance for the year ended the 30th of June 2023. A net profit of $134,445 was recorded, which was comprised of total income of $2.1 million and total expenditure of $2 million. Approximately 88% of the total income came from recurrent grant funding provided by the Central Highlands Regional Council. The largest component of expenditure was $1.1 million, or approximately 57% relating to employment expenses. Cash balances increased from $2.1 million to $2.2 million during the year, and total equity increased from $2 million to $2.1 million at the 30th of June. Total equity represents what is owned by CHDC less what they owe. Cash, inventory, money owed by debtors and property, plant and equipment assets totaled $2.9 million on the 30th of June, while the total amount owed to suppliers and other creditors was just over $778,000. CHDC provides for the external audit fee in their annual budget, and the final audit fee was $13,850 exclusive of GST. While CHDC independently prepare their financial statements, Council finance officers liaise with them during the preparation process in relation to timing and certain elements of the statements to facilitate the preparation of Council's consolidated financial report. That concludes the report, and I'm happy to take questions on the information presented. And also attending today is Kelly from CHDC, who is the Finance and HR Coordinator.
Thank you, Helen, and welcome Kelly Corbishley. Thank you for keeping an eye on things. Questions, councillors? I think everyone was pretty happy. Sorry, Councillor Moriarty. Yep.
No. Just the last paragraph on page 265 of the agenda, where it states that the statement of cash flow shows that cash balances increased from $2.052 million to $2.221 million during the year, and that there was an increase in equity by, I guess, 94, or maybe a little bit more than that, $94,000, or around the $100,000. I was just wondering how does council monitor, like, CHDC continuing to have increases in their cash reserves or whatever, compared to what council is providing in their budget, which is 88% of CHDC's income? Are we monitoring to make sure that that links with the service level agreements, or my question is, would it continue to exponentially increase, or how is that governed, I suppose, or managed from a budget perspective on council?
Will I take that?
Well, I guess, is that part of the report? Are we talking about the operation of CHDC, or are we talking about the audit figures? I guess the reality is, you can answer it, Helen. I guess the thing is, the operation of the organisation during the year would only be monitored at the, I guess, in terms of its role and responsibility, would be recorded at this time, wouldn't it, in this sense?
Just through the chair, that's correct. And I guess with the cash balances too, some of that cash is restricted cash, so potentially grants that haven't been spent yet that they're holding. Also, they need to set cash aside for their provisions, for their employee leave provisions, things like that.
Yeah. Thank you. No, it's just that we were told that some of the reserve was there to do extra projects as well. So I was just wondering how that is monitored, that's all. If it's a question for another time, then it's a question for another time. But, community sees this, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I guess council doesn't monitor it per se, insofar as the organisation, while it's a related entity, still runs its own affairs. So I guess at the end of the day, you're right, against the service level agreement, there would always be the responsibility of ensuring that, obviously it's not collecting cash, that its membership fee is related to the outcomes sought by council, and that's what they do during the year. And it'll change. There'll be different changes during the year, Councillor Moriarty, and I'm sure like any other organisation. But it wouldn't be council's role to monitor that. It would be more, I guess, reporting against the SLA and making sure councillors are comfortable with, obviously, that the work that CHDC are doing is discharged against their charter, I guess you'd say.
And sorry, I just thought as the only member we would be monitoring that, but using those levers that you just mentioned, Mr Mayor. But thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Other questions, councillors? All good. Well, and I think with no pressure, Kelly Corbishley, the recommendation here is that the council receives the audited financial statements of the Central Highlands Development Corporation for the year ended 30 June 2023. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Roll, seconded by Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. That's carried. Now, at the risk of offending General Manager Carey again, I will refer to her in Arun's absence in relation to 14.1.2, which is a Queensland Audit Office final management letter on the 2023 numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, in accordance with Section 213 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, this report presents the Auditor-General's final observation report about the audit of Council's financial statements for the financial year end 30 June 2023. Council's financial statements are subject to an annual financial audit by the Queensland Audit Office, which conducts the audit in two stages, interim and final, with an observation report provided to the Mayor at the completion of each stage. I now hand over to the Manager of Finance, Helen Kirby, to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager. An Auditor-General's observation report is a report about the local government's audit prepared under Section 54 of the Auditor-General's Act 2009 that includes observations and suggestions made by the Auditor-General about matters and issues arising out of the audit. On receipt of the observation report, it must be presented at the next ordinary meeting of the local government. The first observation report provided to the Mayor is the interim management letter, which is issued in relation to the interim audit. This audit assesses the design and implementation of Council's internal controls and whether they are operating effectively. The second observation report is provided as a final management letter after the completion of the financial year audit. The purpose of the report is to inform the Mayor of any significant matters that have arisen since the issue of the interim management letter and to provide an update on the issues reported to the Chief Financial Officer in the audit completion report. The interim management letter was tabled at the Audit Committee meeting on the 1st of September and at the General Council meeting on the 13th of September. The final management letter was received by the Mayor on the 30th of November and tabled at the Audit Committee meeting on the 7th of December. The final management letter confirms the completion of the 2023 audit and the issuing of an unmodified opinion on the financial statements by the Auditor-General's delegate on the 25th of October 2023. An unmodified opinion reflects that the financial report complies with the local government legislation and Australian accounting standards and gives a true and fair view of Council's financial position, performance and cash flows. The letter states that no significant issues have been identified since the issue of the interim report to the Mayor on the 17th of August. The final management letter provided an update on the internal control issues and other matters that were last reported to the CEO in the audit completion report dated the 19th of October. These issues relate to control deficiencies, financial reporting and other matters identified in both the 2023 audit and unresolved issues and matters from prior year audits. There were 9 issues documented, of which only 1 was noted as significant. 3 of the 9 issues have now been resolved by management, 3 will be resolved by the 31st of December this year, and the remaining 3 will be resolved by the 30th of June 2024. One of the remaining unresolved issues that won't be resolved until the 30th of June next year was identified as part of the 2019-20 audit and relates to invoice splitting. This issue has been partly addressed through the implementation of training programs and quarterly manual audits. To fully resolve this issue and address the risk, management are working towards developing automated reporting and audits through the Technology One system to replace the manual audits currently being conducted. The Queensland Audit Office fee is provided for each year in Council's budget. The cost of the 2022-23 audit was $188,350 exclusive of GST, and this was in line with the amount estimated in the external audit plan for last year. That concludes the report, and I'm happy to take any questions on the information presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. I'll tell you what, the Mayor got a fair old mention in that report. A lot of things come to the Mayor apparently. So, but yeah, councillors, that's normal with the audit process. It's usually sent to the Mayor, and there's usually a copy that's sent to the CEO at times as well, and we make sure that that's the case so that councillors, any questions on those? I guess our audit committee members, Councillor Moriarty, Councillor Roll, if you would have seen that. Yeah, Councillor Moriarty, yep.
Look, I just wanted to say that we have these audits done, and we have our audit. We've got our governance committee. We look at the audits that are around the external aspects of the organisation and internal. And I just think that having these audits, making it very transparent to the community, exactly what comes out of these assessments is I think it's goes to show maturity of our organisation that we're actually doing that, and it also shows that we are accepting of any of the shortfalls, if you like, and we are working on them. And these are actually done by external agencies as well. So they're ground truth. They're not just what the staff and organisation are coming up with. We're actually working with external auditors within the organisation as well. So I just wanted to say that I think this is a great process, and I thank everybody for all their hard work, because we get to see at the governance committee exactly, or audit committee, sorry I'm saying the wrong thing, audit committee, looking at you. At the audit committee we get to see all of the hard work and the detail and the commitment by this organisation to make sure that we are recognising and improving and innovating as we go forward. So I'm very pleased to endorse this.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's been, the audit committee's been going for, what, 15 years, thereabouts? Councillor Helen, audit committee? About when you were 18 it started, wasn't it?
I think so, Mr Mayor, that's right.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I was just trying to think of the
I'm not sure, actually. It's been...
I'm thinking of the chairs, so it was Hayden Wright and I think there's been 3 chairs.
It was...
Councillor Roll, if you might choose from
So,
it's been going for a while.
So our current chair, Graham Webb, is finished. I'll defer to Kari, but I think his tenure is up this year, isn't it?
So through the chair, correct. So the chair of the audit committee, his term of office in that chair position expires in February next year. So we're following our process under the terms of reference of the committee, approaching the chair and seeking his interest in continuing on that tenure. There's under the policy, it's up to 8 years as a potential option. There'll be a report coming to council in January. With all the information that for council to make a decision in terms of how they would like that committee to progress moving forward.
Yep. Thanks. And Mayor, just I suppose for information that the actual audit committees, not every council actually has an audit committee. However, the Queensland Audit Office actually audits every council because they have to present it to state government or to Parliament. That's every year. So that's an obligation of ours. The QAO does audit us. Thanks.
Yep. And I think there is contemplation of it being, trying to make it mandatory for all councils, and that might mean that the state might have to tip in there, but anyhow. All right, well, back to ours, obviously, and thank you, councillors, for your observations. The recommendation is there that we receive that Auditor General's final audit observation report was provided to the Mayor on the 30th of November 2023 in relation to the financial year ended 30 June 2023. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brimelcombe, seconded by Councillor Burns. All in favour? Against? Thank you, Councillor. That's carried. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Carrie, for stepping in there. Councillors, 14.2.1 refers back to General Manager John, and that is to look at Your Region, Your Visit, the Community Visioning Project outcomes, and I'll hand over to John when his team have settled.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
In visitors.
Righto. Through the Chair, the Community Visioning Project, also known as Your Region, Your Vision, is a critical activity in Council's corporate and operational plans. The project provided an opportunity for Council to hear from the Central Highlands community about what is important to them, to enable the development of a 20-year community vision from a regional and place-based perspective. With the assistance of consultants Articulus, and I'd like to welcome Alice with us here this morning, the project involved large-scale outreach with varied engagement and promotional methods used to share this opportunity with as many people as possible. 2 rounds of engagement were undertaken, as detailed in the report, and have led to the outcomes presented to Council for Council to receive today. There are 4 items: the 2043 Central Highlands Community Vision, the second item being Council project highlights related to the vision being worked on from January to June 2024. Third item is the Central Highlands Regional Community Profile, and the last being the community profiles for each of our 13 wonderful communities. These documents are presented to Council to be received, rather than being endorsed or adopted, as they are community created and informed and not Council owned. Therefore, they include ideas that Council may not necessarily agree with or align with our current corporate plan, and that's okay. They include all of our community's big ideas that will serve as valuable information and resource to Council, other levels of government and public and private sectors, not-for-profits, organisations and community to help understand the aspirations and goals of our region and its unique communities. Councillors, our thanks to you all for your time and assistance in the success of this project, in councillor workshops, providing feedback, and being project champions to make sure voices from all corners of the region were heard during the engagement periods. The project would not have been possible without the support of our teams from across Council, from the Connected Communities team, Public Relations and Events teams, Customer Service, Whole of Management and our Executive. A sincere thanks to you all for your time and effort to help bring this important project to fruition. Presenting this report today, we have Alice Sharing from Articulus, we have our Manager Connected Communities, Suzanne Poulter, and Katerina Hatzipennigotis, our Coordinator Arts Engagement. I'll now pass over to Suzanne and the team to run through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager McDougall. Through the Chair, it's a pleasure to be here today to present the outcomes of the Your Region, Your Vision project. To recap the journey that we've been on, starting in March this year, Articulus joined the project and we hit the ground running to develop the project's engagement and public relations plan. The plan outlined the proposed engagement methods for collecting data and outlined and public relations activities to promote the engagement across the region. The plan was shared at the Councillor Workshop on the 13th of April, and we appreciated the contributions to enhance and finalise the plan. Engagement Round 1 kicked off on the 8th of May with an extensive calendar of activities, including the Regional Roundtable Roadshow, community event activations, pop-up stalls and a youth art competition. Responses were received through printed and online surveys, postcards and idea walls, visual artworks, video submissions and a group do-it-yourself conversation kits. Over the 9 weeks until the 9th of July, more than 1,600 community contributions were received. Data was analysed and engagement findings were collated into the Community Vision 2043 engagement report, which was shared with councillors on the 24th of August and is publicly available on the community on the Your Region, Your Vision, Have Your Say project page. Information gained through the engagement process and other research led to the development of the 2043 Community Vision, the Central Highlands Region Community Profile, and the 13 profiles for our place-based communities. These draft documents were shared with councillors on the 12th of October. We then went to engagement round 2, which was undertaken between the 23rd of October and the 20th of November to validate the contents of the draft vision and the community profiles and ensuring that we had heard people right and to provide an opportunity for further feedback for consideration to be reflected in these final documents. Since the engagement round 2 closed, the team have been analysing the data and polishing up the final documents that are presented to you today. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the councillors, our council team and Articulus for the time and effort, the dedication and the passion to make this project possible. So many people across multiple teams and departments have put in a phenomenal amount of work into this project, and we hope that you agree that it's an incredible outcome. Of course, our biggest thanks goes to our community who invested their time to share their visions and aspirations with us. I'll now pass to Alice Shering from Articulus to speak to us in further detail on the Central Highlands 2043 Community Vision documents. Thanks, Alice.
Thank you, Suzanne. May I?
Sorry, of course, yeah.
Thank you, Suzanne, and through the chair, afternoon to councillors, Mr Mayor, Executive. As Suzanne mentioned, there's been a significant effort across the entire council team to deliver the 2043 community vision and the community profile, so I definitely want to echo those comments and certainly echo the comments in regards to the significant contribution from the Central Highlands community to create this vision for the future. This includes more than the community invested. The time invested by the community has shared more than 1,600 contributions to create the draft vision that we presented to you some time ago on the back of round 1 engagement, and then more than 300 additional contributions that have just been gathered in the latter second round of engagement. So you may recall when we shared the draft vision with you back in October, I spoke of the rationale that was used by the independent project team who reviewed the contributions that were gathered in round 1 and used those as the basis to actually write the vision. So I'll just remind everyone of that rationale again, because I think it's a really important thing to keep in mind. So they were led by or guided by the visionary nature of the topic or the contribution, how relevant the topic or the contribution was to the vision's 20-year planning horizon, how frequently the topic was mentioned in regards to across those contributions, the importance of the various topics at both the regional level or the place-based level, how well and how sufficiently each of the themes were addressed throughout the vision document, as well as making sure that each place was treated in a fair and consistent way across the 13 communities. And then a real effort to try and minimise duplication between the regional level vision and aspirations and then each of the local visions. So then in that second round of engagement, we looked to confirm how those contributions from round 1 had been reflected, how well they had been reflected. And so the purpose of that engagement was really to identify the range of ways that the draft vision could possibly be improved and made better. And so in that second round of engagement, as I mentioned, with more than 300 additional contributions that were gathered, I've got a little breakdown of those contributions just to give you a bit of a feel for them. So we had 90 new ideas put forward by the community. We had more than 200 improvements suggested to the vision document, so ways that we could make the vision even better. And as you can imagine, we were just thrilled with those results. It was really, really pleasing. And I want to note there, of those suggested improvements as well, there were 60 contributions to the vision process that were just positive commentary on the vision document itself. And of those, there were people that either, expressed how much they liked the vision or how much they approved of different aspects of the vision. So that was really pleasing for us to receive contributions, that many contributions of that nature. Then to guide the independent team who looked at all of those contributions to help identify, of those, how could they be used, how could they be refined, the final document, and how can they make that document even better, an additional set of rationale was applied. So that rationale considered, was there an opportunity to incorporate those contributions in some way to improve and make the vision better? Was there a way to remove any duplication between the regional level aspirations to create those unique place-based visions and aspirations where appropriate? Looking for opportunities to include new contributions by refining or existing an existing aspiration in some way, building on those contributions from round one. Again, coming back to the frequency of the topics being raised in relation to the frequency of contributions from round one, so making sure we had that consistency and a level of consistency in concurrence with past contributions and, of course, the past rationale from round one. So the outcome from the process is that the final 2043 community vision substantially reflects the edits the community identified through this review process. And we can confidently say that because there were more than 125 refinements made from the round one vision to the final vision that you have in front of you now. Additionally, there were more than 65 refinements made to the community profile documents as well. So that process has really helped us to ensure that these documents accurately reflected the community aspirations for the future. And then in regard to the structure of the final document, that really reflects what was presented to you in October. So the structure of the document remains unchanged. So it still includes a regional vision statement for the entire Central Highlands. It then includes that series of regional aspirations and outcomes for the future under those themes that I know you're all very familiar with, the built environment, community, natural environment, and governance thematic areas. And then there's the place-based and community, place-based or community vision statements with 5 aspirations for the future for each of the 13 distinct communities throughout the Central Highlands and an accompanying big idea for that particular community. So in summary, the vision statements, the aspirations and the big ideas were originally identified by community in that round one engagement. They've since been further refined, improved, added to by community in round 2 engagement to help ensure that that final 2043 community vision document that you have in front of you today reflects the outcomes, community outcomes and aspirations for the future. Again, I would certainly like to commend the entire council team for their efforts and of course your leadership to help ensure that these positive outcomes for the 20-year community vision process. And I might hand over to Kat as well.
Thanks, Alice. Through the chair, part of the brief for this project was also to identify how the outcomes and the vision document will be utilised in Council's corporate planning, performance and reporting framework and the process for review and renewal of the vision. Operational processes have been created to identify Council's projects and initiatives which will advance the aspirations laid out in the vision. These will be implemented on a financial year schedule starting in July 2024. Upon approval of the annual budget, initiatives that are vision related will be highlighted to community through a flyer made available on Council's website, and at the end of the financial year, bookend this in reporting through the annual report. Until this reporting process commences, Council have prepared an interim response to the vision, which is attached and presented with this report. This identifies Council initiatives between January and June 2024, which align with the aspirations of the vision. Future review of the vision document is yet to be determined, and a report will be presented to councillors in December 2025 in anticipation of budget planning for the development of the next corporate plan for 2027 to 32. We'll now hand over to councillors for any questions.
beautiful cat. I thought there was more, but no, thank you. Great to see you back. Well, folks, I talk about reports today. They've got a lot in them and get a very short contemplation, but I guess there's obviously a significant amount of work here. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I've been spruiking to whoever could hear me that we have been doing our visioning document for our next 20 years, and one of the reasons is because we've got a very unique opportunity here to use the data and information that's come back through the community plan at the place-based level, as well as the regional level. So previously, as we all know, a community visioning document, perhaps different in this case, is usually used for community development. It's a community development tool and regional development. But from my perspective, even though this is only a document for council, from my perspective, it would be great if council was able to actually keep some of that raw data, like all the feedback that came through from the communities. I know you guys have done some wonderful community reports on how you've analysed. I did see your deductive and inductive process that you usually use with qualitative data, but in that inductive, there is the opportunity to break down your thematic framework in a different way, which could be used against a framework for community wellbeing indicators. So indicators that are both social, that are inclusive of all those wonderful headings of social, economic, built environment, natural environment and governance. We've just been hearing this morning about the great work that council's doing with their service level agreements with their roads and rural roads and our asset management as well. So there's heaps of opportunities there to grab some indicators that council's already using, and the reason why, one of the biggest reasons why, which usually is part of a community planning, community visioning, is to highlight the challenges that we're facing as a region as well over the life of the plan. So one of the challenges that we are facing, it's a global thing. Some people believe, yes, it is happening and others don't. However, from a climate change perspective, I guess, we are in a region that is dependent on coal mining, and that can, so over the transition, I guess, to alternative energy, we can be in the front seat with being able to say, this is the data we've been collecting, this is how we're taking an evidence-based approach to using the strategies out of the vision to be able to monitor and trend and report on and respond to some of the things that are happening in our region, and puts council in the front seat, driver's seat, when the state government or other organisations come and say to us, you should be doing this or you should be doing that. We've actually got the data. So that's one excellent thing that has come out of this as well.
Yeah, Councillor, you're at 5 minutes now.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Also, I just wanted to know who the vision is written for. What's the purpose?
So I'll take that one. So through the chair, I think the vision document is a tool that can be used by everyone. So it can be used by council in terms of our corporate plan, which you've alluded to, but then as per when we were talking through all the document, it can be used by businesses, all levels of government, community, basically everybody. It's not for one reader, it's for everyone in the Central Highlands and for others that are wanting to understand the Central Highlands better in terms of future planning.
Good. Thank you, because usually a local government or an organisation or a community group or whoever it might be, especially in this case, spending almost $500,000, I would say, on doing this vision, going out and asking people to pour their hearts out, tell you about the region where we want to go. And all we're going to be doing, God bless us, is popping it out there. We're not even making a commitment to steward something that's going forward. We haven't even said that we've got, you know, we're aligned with some principles around sustainable community development. We're not. We're using this document and we're using the community engagement document to get rid of the community reference groups. That's what we're doing. And all we're doing as a council, popping the document out there, hoping that people will see it. The biggest fear of any council or any group that's doing a document like this is that it goes to the only community that's going to be is a community of books on the shelf of the library, because this is only going to be dragged out once a year. Is that correct? Once a year or once every 6 months for council to report on what they're doing in response to this. You haven't even got council's logo on there to say that we actually endorsed this, we did this project. You've got it written there, but I'd like to say, is council ashamed that we're doing a community vision, that we can't even endorse it and say, yep, we were part of this, we're proud of it.
Council, I haven't stopped anyone ever.
I know you have before, we have, but I just want to say...
Just as a point of order, if there's a question, I'll take a comment. You have an opinion there's a comment, but I guess with the greatest respect, it's gone for nearly 8 minutes now, which exceeds the standing orders, and I guess if there's a question and you've asked one and there's some comments, I'll take that. But I guess there's others that want to make some comments as well. So I'm just saying this, that's the sharing of the space we have here, and I'd like to do that if I can, please. So if there's a question or an observation.
I did. So why didn't council put your logo on there?
We through the chair, we can put our logo on there.
Through the chair, as this is a community-led document owned by the community that council facilitated on behalf of our community to support our community and to understand our community into the future, we have actually specifically, if you look at page 376 of the agenda, which is page 51 of the actual vision, you will see that we've actually put the logo on the inside of the back page, because we wanted to acknowledge council being part of the process as the facilitator and supporter of this process, but that, again, this is a very much community-owned document and process, and we didn't want to stamp it all over with council things, or people will make that assumption that it's a council thing, and this is a community thing, not a council thing.
With respect, I think that it's just a council thing, because there's no commitment to be stewarding this process going forward, or even comments about how we might actually be working to implement this community plan as part of community development and regional development for our region.
So through the chair, there's two things I want to, in my opinion, I don't agree with some of your comments there, and what I mean by that is there is nothing here, there is no intent to get rid of CRGs. I don't agree with that comment. Yes, there will be a different process we'll move forward with the resources we have available to put into CRGs. The commitment we've given in this process is to have an annual reporting back on what we're doing in our commitments in, council listening and then putting into practice what the vision aspects are for community. I see that as a commitment and a reporting aspect there to, acknowledging what we are doing and are listening from a community's perspective. So I get, in the perfect world, we would be able to throw a whole heap of resources at this, but the facts are we haven't got that capability, and I need to say that very upfront.
Councillor Brimble-Cone.
Just on page 322, there's a percentage of places population that responded to the survey. I noticed the some of the higher population areas, Blackwater, Bluff is a smaller population, but then Emerald is 5%. Are those percentages good representations for comment? Sorry for the...
Through the chair, thank you so much for the question, councillor. This is a real challenge for all local governments, is trying to decide, is this sufficient representation of a certain community, whether it be a geographic community or whether it be a cohort of population as well. Before coming here, I did some benchmarking to actually do a bit of a comparative analysis against some other well-known and well-regarded community engagement processes, so that I could confidently answer exactly this question. In terms of each of these representations here, these are all higher across these communities than what we saw on some best practice award-winning engagement projects that have happened over the last 2 years or 3 years in Australasia. So I was thrilled with those results. And I know that in some of our early discussions, we referred back to the tablelands as an example comparatively, because the population size was pretty similar. And so for the entire community planning process that the Tablelands Regional Council ran recently, 2% of their population was represented. For the City of Melbourne, in their community visioning process that was undertaken just sort of coming out of COVID, so I don't know the exact date off the top of my mind, but I think we can use COVID as a bit of a way to reconcile dates in the world recently. And they had less than or just on 1% of their city was represented. Logan City Council, who did a community visioning process in 2020, again, a best practice award-winning process, had just over 1% of their population represented. And so here at the Central Highlands, not only do you see on 322 that you've just pointed out there, those statistics, which reasonably high representation compared to those other figures. Overall, this process has reached 7% of the Central Highlands. The largest known engagement in Australia was the Plan Your Brisbane by Brisbane City Council, and that only reached 11% of the population. So that's the largest public engagement process in Australia. So I think that when I look at these statistics, I'm really, really pleased at those numbers. And so what I've given you there is comparisons to like projects, and I think that's also really, really important as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to say that I don't agree with your comments, Mr General Manager, because the reason why, especially with the CRGs, we were at a council meeting where we were told by a staff member that instead of actually implementing the key things that we're supposed to be doing with the community engagement strategy, which is having specialist engagement people on council projects, we're ceasing the CRGs, which are a community development tool. No, it was said to us. That's what we were told. And then when we go to the CRGs, we're actually told that we are making the transition so that it's community-led. So it's going back to the days where we had progress associations, and we've actually stepped more forward than that. Whichever way it goes, it's still in debate, obviously. Yep. But I still would like to say that I sincerely thought that this council was actually doing this engagement, coming up with a regional vision and actions on how we're going to take our region forward, as well as our places, but we're not. We're just going to pop it on the shelf, give it out to a few people. It'll go on the shelf and you're only just going to bring it out a couple of times a year. Look, I feel sorry and I apologise to people that I supported this going forward, because like everybody else, we thought the council was going to step up, be a community leader and be part of stewarding some of this going forward. But we're not. We're going, oh no, we're not even going to advocate to government, or we're not even going to include government and be part of bringing areas together.
There are any assertions. That is not right, because, I mean, you have an opinion about those things. Your colleagues may not. and in here, that's what we've got to do to talk about those things. So I think assuming that those things are going to happen, that is not part of, I don't believe, the discussion. And I guess I'm trying to draw you back to the fact that we're contemplating this today. It's not about CRGs, this is about this document. And I guess we can have those conversations like you're saying, but I really need to bring you back to this document today. I have a great deal of hope for this document because I think it's, it was run, you know, concurrently with a number of community engagement projects that we had, and people clearly showed their willingness to do that. So I think it's more a respectfulness to them that obviously we're going to use this and it'll drive the sort of things that I'm going to be doing and contemplating, and in my decision making, it'll be that. So I completely disagree that it'll be a document that's not active and vibrant. I understand in a professional capacity you might have different views about some of these things, but I think we need to share those views around in this chamber and see how this lands. So I guess you've had a good chance and an opportunity to comment on this today, and I guess if there's others that want to have a say, and then we'll actually put it to the vote.
I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's sad it's not used as a regional and community
Right, thank you, Councillor Moriarty. Any other comments, queries, otherwise questions? All right, councillors. Well, the recommendation there is that the Central Highlands Regional Council receive this document, as Suzanne said in her contextual introduction to this, and the documents that we receive will be the Central Highlands 2043 Community Vision, the 2043 Community Vision Council Projects Highlights January to June, the Central Highlands Regional Community Profiles, which are all included in these documents, and then Arcadia Valley, Bohinia, Blackwater, Bluff, Capella, Comet, Jaringa, Dingo, Emerald, Gemfields, Rollston, Springshaw and Thierry Community Profiles. So there you go, and glad and grateful to them all for that feedback, and thank you for asking that question, Councillor Brimblecombe. So that's the recommendation, councillors. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Roll, seconded by Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Against?
Against.
Against, yeah, thank you. Yep, thank you. All right, thank you, councillors. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Kat. Nice to see you come back at the end of this, Kat, and, you know, turn up for the glory. So, appreciate that, but I know you've done a lot of hard work. And I think from the officers, I mean, there's clearly a lot of your Connected Communities team and others that have certainly been involved in this in all manner of things, and it's not easy sometimes logistically to be able to get all that stuff together, so I really appreciate that. You've got to have people that are really driven to do that. And I guess, as I said, we ran it concurrently. I guess as an organisation, we're always thirsty for information, and clearly our community are pretty keen at giving it back to us. So,
yeah, absolutely.
and I say that in the nicest possible way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Councillors, I think we're at the record of proceedings, which is 14.2.2, which is a Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee planning meeting, and that came certainly under John's stewardship in his department. So, John, if you can introduce... Oh, Kat stays around. Bit of overtime. Yep. Thank you. And Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, known as CHRC, is a council committee established to encourage the participation and optimum service delivery for council communities, particularly regarding areas of arts, cultural and heritage programs, projects and activities. I'll now pass over to Arts and Cultural Officer Ruth Hayden and Coordinator Arts and Engagement Kat Tarina Hatzi-Panagotis to tell you more. Hopefully I've got your name pretty well close there, Kat. Beautiful.
Thank you, General Manager McDougall. Through the Chair, on the 10th of November 2023, CHRC held their last planning meeting for 2023. CHRC members participated in comprehensive discussion about numerous major arts, cultural and heritage initiatives for the region. These included the RADF 2023-24 program delivery, including guidelines, application form and other documentation prior to launching the program on the 23rd of November. The review of the Arts Around August program in 2023 and ideas for 2024, and brainstorming for future strategic arts, culture and heritage engagement in 2024. The meeting also tabled the resignations of 2 committee members, Lou Petho and Maureen Burns. Maureen has been a member of CHRC since 2018 and has been a key driver in the preservation and celebration of history and heritage of the region. Lou has been CHRC member since 2021, and his skills as an international filmmaker have been an asset to the region. Both Maureen and Lou have provided professional advice and delivered projects in their areas of expertise while they have been CHRC members. On behalf of the committee and the council team, I would like to acknowledge and thank Lou and Maureen for their contributions. I'll now hand over to the councillors for any questions.
Councillor Brimblecombe, as Chair, did you have anything to report?
Nothing further other than to thank Lou and Maureen. They were much appreciated for the time they put in. There are, I see if you look through the minutes, several things within there, including like the register of cemeteries. But I'll kind of leave it at that. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Brimblecombe. Councillor Rolfe.
It was, Mayor, I believe it was Lou who did the videos for the Queensland beef corridors.
He did.
And we finally, so all good luck to Lou and congratulations for jobs well done. Thanks.
As the Paul Kelly song goes, from little things, big things grow. Yeah. Councillors, other questions?
It was just really regarding the rate of funding. So round 2, what's the dates on, or what are the remaining dates or remaining rounds for this financial year?
Through the chair, so based on the timing of
Yes.
the funding coming through and us launching that program, we'll be doing 2 rounds this financial year. So the first round is open and closing on the 28th of January 2024.
Okay.
That will be tabled to council on the 28th of February at that council meeting. And then we'll be on that day when we announce the recipients of the round 1 funds is when we kind of open round 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so that will be the opening for round 2 and for that to be kind of reviewed, assessed in May. And then pending what the council meeting schedule is, you know, once the election occurs, will be presented to council for endorsement at whatever next meeting is available.
Okay. And I was just wondering, like, given that, and it's not just that, but given that we have a number of different grant programs now, like whether we can just have like a combined, you know, date calendar with information just for the community to have a bit, it's a bit easier for them to understand, okay, I fit in here, these are the dates, and it's sort of in all different spots right now for the different grant types. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Daniels. And I think, oh, sorry, go, Councillor.
No, you're right, John.
No, go.
Just on page, and that's a really good point. That would be really helpful. We've got a project that we're working on with the Emerald Community Reference Group to lead the Story Fest. So if we knew what the dates were, or, you know, it was made available, which I can come and find out from you guys, but we've actually got the date set now, so we can actually start to. But most people are in that boat. So sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask, on page 5, you've got the council projects, the capital projects, the Emerald Arts Precinct facelift. Is that the one we've had drawings for over a number of years?
Through the chair. So the Emerald Arts, so the facelift project was the, I guess, minor improvements that were progressed as the alternative to the master plan that had been tabled, and I guess the facility didn't quite stack on the larger scale plans that had been presented and discussed previously. So acknowledging that wasn't able to proceed, that the smaller scale kind of facelift, you know, a bit of Botox to help improve the space, you know, acknowledging that we wanted to make improvements there, but we weren't able to do that at the scale that was previously discussed, that those minor improvements were progressed and have been completed now.
Okay, so this is finished now?
Correct, yes.
Okay, good, thank you, that's what I wanted to know. And is it like still aligned with that master plan in some way, shape or form? Like some of the smaller things that you're doing, is actually does link in with some of those bigger visions they have?
There was
I
specific
think just-
engagement undertaken for that one.
Just quickly, before Kat was here, there
Yeah.
was that, it was more of that
Yeah.
very, I'll use the word grandiose, it probably wasn't grandiose, there was quite a bit of, you know, the individual art spaces and that's certainly, in my opinion at the moment, sort of off the table from that perspective. The cost in doing that moving forward would be prohibitive.
Yeah.
What council, the new council, will be able to have a look at though is, we've now done those cosmetic changes, if that makes sense. It looks fresh.
Yeah.
I know when my kids are over there, I certainly go and sit there, and it's a nice space to be in. If there was larger plans, so we would need to bring that back to council for consideration at a point in time. I think at that stage as well, Councillor Moriarty, we then started the discussions about a larger purpose-built facility, you know, an arts centre / evacuation / sports / whatever else it was going to be. So it sort of delved into that and went off the boil at that stage. So I'm not aware in my portfolio at the moment that it's not one of the high priorities sitting there.
Thank you. I just end up mooted around and pictures and bits and pieces over the time. Thank you.
Right. Councillors, so that record of proceedings, could we add there that we also acknowledge the service of Maureen Burns and Lou Petho in that, please? If we might add that further, Marnie, to that resolution without contradicting the minutes being received, but also acknowledging those CHRC members. Am I allowed to say CHRC, Charlie? Yes. For their service to the.
Is that correct?
Yep. So people happy with that? Yes. Yep. Yep. All right. Thank you, Councillor. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brimble-Cumbe, second to Councillor Burns. All in favour? Against? Thank you, Councillor. That's carried. Thank you very much, Kat. Thank you, Ruth. Yep. Thank you for morning tea down your gallery. Thank you for all the gallery displays this year, Ruth. Yep. 14.3.2 is record of proceedings at Springshaw. Is that correct? Where we're at? Yep.
Sorry, Mr Mayor Buckland Treswell.
Oh, sorry. It could be. I've skipped ahead here slightly. Yep. Such is my haste. Yep. My apologies. General Manager Carey, if you could do the introductions. We are dealing with 14.3.1. which is the community consultation record of proceedings from Buckland and Treswell. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, Council regards community engagement activities as the cornerstone of good governance, which assists Council in effective planning and delivery of services and infrastructure. Each year, elected members and Council staff travel across the Central Highlands region to discuss the issues that matter to individual communities. This report provides a record of proceedings from the consultation forum held within the Buckland Treswell community. I now hand over to the Manager of Customer Service, Rebecca Brosnan, to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager Knudsen. Through the Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. The report provides a record of proceedings from the Buckland Treswell Community Consultation Forum that was held at the Buckland Rec Club on the 4th of October 2023. Several requests for action were noted as CRMs that all related to the conditions of certain roads in the area. I will now hand over to councillors for any questions or comments.
Oh, beautiful. You've handed that over to us neatly, Rebecca. Councillors who attend, Councillor Rock, yep.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, since that in my conversation yesterday with the pilot, but also a local, just one of the CRMs about the Kunjalala Road, Pine Pot and Patches. Apparently it hasn't been done, so maybe that's a question for you, Jason.
Thank you, Councillor Rolfe. Obviously those works will be done in conjunction with other works in the area once we have the maintenance crews available.
I did say I'd ask, that's all. Also, the comments in there about mobile phone reception, we spoke about, as we have done in other consultations out in that western area, more remote area, about the transition to 4G come June, the end of June 24, and the members of that community have actually supplied letters to us to send through to Telstra about what their position is in the district as far as telecommunications go. And I have been speaking to a member of representative from Telstra who is actually going to update me, send an email out in this next couple of days. I hope it's by the end of the week that we can actually update a lot of the CRGs and districts around the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rolfe. Any questions, queries otherwise? All right. Well, look, the recommendation is there that we receive those record of proceedings, and obviously with them comes the CRMs that are raised at that meeting. So there's, I think there's 4 in that particular recommendation relating to Yellowberry Creek, Buckland Road, Gordon Young Bridge and Pine Pot on Cunjalilla Road. Is someone happy to move those, please? Moved by Councillor Rolfe, seconded Councillor Burns. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors, that's carried. Now we get to Springshaw. So back to you, Carrie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, the Springshaw Community Consultation Forum was held in October this year, and I now hand over to the Manager of Customer Service, Rebecca Brosnan, to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager Knudsen. Through the Chair, the report provides a record of proceedings from the Springshaw consultation held on the 25th of October in Springshaw. There were 2 matters raised at that consultation that have both been closed out, one relating to the Springshaw Street Beautification Project, that's quite a mouthful, and council to provide a printed version of the Australia Day nomination awards. So I'll now hand over to councillors if they have any questions or comments.
Thanks, Rebecca. I think John Blake and Don were... Yes, you can, Councillor Rolfe, yeah.
So, yes, the printed version was used for the Australia Day Award nominations, and also there have been numerous meetings with community members with regard the street beautification in Springshaw, and I have been part of a couple of those meetings where I've just arrived in town at the right time, I'd imagine, to have a meeting with community members and officers from council about the street. So it's ongoing.
Thanks, Councillor Rolfe. Any other questions, councillors? All good? All right, councillors, the recommendation is there that, and as Rebecca has pointed out, a couple of CRMs there that have been closed out, but we'll record them nonetheless. So we received the record of proceedings from the Springshaw Community Consultation and those 2 CRMs. Is someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Daniel, seconded Councillor Cruz. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. Now we move on to the Emerald Sale Yards Coordination Committee, and I know Kerry needs a little bit of a qualification here to that, so welcome to Tim Maguire as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, the Emerald Sale Yards Coordination Committee is an advisory committee established to support the Emerald Sale Yards, providing informed perspectives and advice to Council. The committee meets quarterly, with its most recent meeting held last month on the 20th of November. Agenda items discussed during the committee meeting included financial reports, operational matters, capital works projects, as well as presenting the draft terms of reference of the committee, having been workshopped with the committee at the previous meeting in August. The final draft terms of reference are included in the record of proceedings for consideration and adoption by Council. In summary, the proposed changes to the terms of reference more closely align to the role of the committee that the committee undertakes, which is to provide input, overview and advice to Council on the strategic management of the Emerald Sale Yards facility on an ongoing basis. I now hand over to the Manager of Sale Yards, Tim Maguire, to provide a summary of the record of proceedings.
Thank you, General Manager Knudsen. The record of proceedings from the Emerald Sale Yards Consultation Committee held on the 20th of November 23. The main items on the agenda there were obviously confirmation of the minutes, business arising out of the previous minutes there, reference in relation to Alma Conference. From there, the other were standard conflict of interest, material personal interest declarations. Then moving on to item 4 was workplace health and safety in relation to incidents and/or improvements throughout the facility. Item 5 was the sale yard manager's update in relation to operational matters and capital works projects. Item 6 was the financial update, which was delivered by the council's commercial analyst, and item 7 was the implementation action plan in relation to the Emerald Sale Yards. Also, as General Manager referred to, the draft terms of reference in relation to the for recommendation here at the council. And our item 9 was general business there in relation to the recording of the the recording of the record of proceedings. And there. So at that point, I open it to councillors for any questions in relation to those proceedings.
Thank you very much, Tim. And Chair, is Councillor Burns, comments or advice?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, pretty straightforward meeting again. I'd just like to, as Chair, I'd just like to thank the committee for another good year, and we'll, the Christmas breakfast is on tomorrow, so I'll have to get up and go to that.
Tomorrow morning over in the
Sale Yards.
Beautiful, thank you. Councillor Carpenter, nothing to add? It was obviously a very busy meeting, so Tim, it was a lot of things discussed there. Or you've padded it out and made it look good, but anyhow, there's a lot of good graphs there. I think we're all hoping that with a bit of a change in the season, we might probably see a bit of a steady off a little while, and maybe numbers will pick up, I guess, if the price improves.
Yeah, well, through the Chair, yeah, certainly pricing there has been fairly dismal through this particular year. I guess around about October we hit levels equivalent to 2015, so that's quite a reduction. But as a result of the varying amounts of rain on the eastern seaboard of Australia just recently, we've seen significant rises in those prices over there in our last 2 sales of 40 to 50 cents, which a kilo, which makes a significant difference, which took our yarding last week up to 3,100. So our last sales tomorrow, and hopefully we'll commence 2024 with some better yardings and therefore some better numbers behind the facility.
Sounds good, Tim. He's optimistic. I like that.
Yep.
You're not going to get any objections in this room, I can tell you. There's some people have been holding back a few cattle, Tim, I reckon. So, thank you, Tim. Any other questions for Tim or Carrie? All right, Council. The recommendation is there that we receive the record of proceedings of the Sale Yards Coordination Committee held on 20 November 2023. Someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Burns, second by Councillor Moriarty. All in favour? Against? Thank you, Councillors. Carried. Thank you very much, Tim. Right, I'm seeking some instructions, Marnie. It's 1 o'clock. Do you want to do this report, the service level report? Councillors, I don't know that I have a lot of trust with you when it comes to promise you about lunch. But are we happy to do the service level agreement now, the agenda item? Councillors happy to do that? Service catalogues. Service levels catalogues, my apologies. So it's update, yep. Sorry, I'm not looking at this, I'm still gauging. This is the customer service Q1 performance update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I knew I'd get this eventually. I'm wasting valuable time.
Yeah. Through the Chair, this report provides Council with an update on customer service performance for the first quarter of this financial year and includes performance statistics along with business improvement initiatives and project updates for the reporting period. I now hand over to Customer Service Experience Officer Rachel McFarlane to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager Knudsen, and good afternoon, councillors.
through the chair. I'll just wait for the presentation to get up so you guys can play along. Excellent, thanks, Marnie. Alrighty, so for quarter one of the 23-24 financial year, we saw 6,888 CRMs entered into the system, which was a 67% increase from last quarter. Our splits between our preferred contact channels remained fairly even and on par with what we've seen previously, with phone being our most popular, second email, and third face-to-face. We saw 2,402 requests go into the Office of the CFO, 1,492 CRMs entered in for the Communities Departments, 173 entered for Corporate and Commercial Services, and 1,405 entered in for the Infrastructure and Utilities teams. The top 5 request categories for this quarter were rates and valuations, water, animals, planning and development, and roads, fairly consistent with what we normally see. This period we did have rates, which we traditionally see them coming in as the number 1 request category for that quarter. Our number 1 request overall was a change of address and details for people receiving their notices and animal registration updates. Our additional points of customer contact are peak services, where we saw 82 after hours calls come through and reported the next day, 24% of those being for water. We saw a 158% increase in online portal CRM submissions from last quarter, totaling 297. We also saw an increase in the mail in and out, which is expected during rates periods due to return to senders and additional notices being sent out internally. And we saw 145 snap send solve requests entered, which was a 39% decrease on last quarter.
Is there any way of identifying if that's just Councillor Cypher doing that all the time?
Good.
Yeah, my apologies, Rachel.
Mr Mayor, as we are going through that, just one quick question. Was that 67% increase in the CRMs for the quarter?
Yes, correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big increase.
It's amazing.
Yes, yes.
Through the chair, that's attributed to people requesting copies of e-notices. We introduced
Yes.
and we implemented a request process to be able to make it very easy for people to register.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Okay.
Thanks, Beck.
For our contact centre, we saw 5,629 calls taken on our call centre, with 67% of those being resolved by customer service over the phone, 19% being entered into a CRM, and 14% being referred on to a different department at the time. And as mentioned by Beck, we did have an increase in our online portal users this quarter, but that is directly attributed to the introduction of e-notices. In conjunction with the rates team, we developed an online CRM that we were able to link directly. It resembled very closely to an online form. Customers were able to enter their details themselves, and that went directly to the rates team without needing any triaging or additional input from the customer service team. The turnaround time for the rates team being able to action this was very quick. We had 205 online submissions and then 21 physical submissions over the counter or through the inquiries email inbox. And finally, we have our Jeringa and Emerald office upgrades currently underway. Jeringa is due to be completed in the new year, and Emerald has undergone consultation with staff, councillors and members of the public, and we are currently awaiting plans from our architect. I'll now hand over to councillors with any questions.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Rachel. Councillors, questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Moriarty, go.
First off, I'm still a bit confused about the e-notices. So they're electronic notices for rates, is that right?
Rates.
Okay, so people without emails still get the paper-based, is that right?
Through the chair,
Correct. So people have to opt in to receive email notices. So everyone who hasn't opted in will still receive the traditional paper-based notice. However, those who have elected to receive a digital version will now, going forward, receive their notices digitally.
Which is part of the increase of your last quarter, was people wanting to be on the
Yes.
Oh, right, e-notices, sorry, I just had to, everyone else probably picked that up, I didn't quite.
I think Beck was explaining that the CRM, because they come through on the CRM process as well, so they go into those numbers. So, yeah, you're right, absolutely right.
Oh, right, thank you. And I was just going to ask, you mentioned plans for the redesign, is it, of the Jeringa and Emerald offices?
Through the chair. So the Jeringa offices is currently underway, due to be completed in the new year. And for the Emerald office, we've had the consultation where we received feedback from councillors, community members and staff about what they would like to see and the space utilised downstairs. And we've given that feedback to our architect, and we're awaiting secondary plans for approval.
Oh, okay, rightio, okay.
Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, thank you. I was just going to just ask, when you said that your number one was like an update of like your change of details and stuff like that. So I'm assuming that like part of the script is would you like to opt into e-notices? And I'm just wondering, and you probably haven't got it, but was there a fair a fair uptake of that? Like, was the a fair percentage of people that said, yeah, okay, I'll forward me the information or anything like that?
Through the chair. There was an initial consultation done through the rates team where they contacted members of the public who they knew were quite interested in the e-notices opt-in process. As part of the e-notices digital form and the physical form, there is a question where you have to elect a mailing address as a backup if your e-notice is returned undelivered. And that played into the change of address details as well. So people who we may have had the wrong postal address before and they've elected a different postal address for their notices to be sent to, that's captured as part of that number as well.
Yeah, no, perfect. I was just thinking, like having it as part of your script when people are sort of ringing up and may not be aware. That's sort of, you've got a captive audience, so to speak. So.
Sorry, my misunderstanding. Yes, we do. We definitely do. We check with people what their preferred contact method is, whether it's phone, email or postal, and we do check that upon entering CRMs when people contact us.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cruz. Councillor Brimelkamp.
Page 458, the CRM system, or by department, and it's probably more directed towards Jason, General Manager, Infrastructure and Utilities. I noticed the overdue on roads is running at 53%. Has that figure lower now? On page 459.
Through the chair, so that, just correct me if I'm wrong, team, that's for this month, the CRMs that we received this month, or as a total?
Through the chair, that was for the months through July, August, September.
Yep, for those 3 months. So those 3 months, 53% of the CRMs received with regard to roads are still in the either being programmed or...
it'd be a lower figure. Some of those would have been closed out, but...
Through the chair, I can't give you today's figures. Obviously, that was at the end of the quarter. However, typically with a road CRM, it's not something, if it's a request to grade a road, it's not something that we can normally solve within the 10 days. And if it doesn't meet the 10 days, it becomes overdue. So we would program that with our normal program of maintenance work. Following an inspection, obviously, to make sure it's safe. So we do that inspection, make sure it's safe, and then program it accordingly.
Is there the CRM system relates to answering those. Is there a way of putting a hierarchy in? So, like you say, if it needs grading, but that's going to happen in 3 months, can you put a hierarchy system in for the CRM system? I don't know if there's an easy answer, sorry, but...
The CRM system itself can be updated to have different target dates for different request categories. There's work in train, and probably off the back of the strategic asset management plans and the road hierarchy and the service level work that's happening as well at council. There will be a review at some stage of the timeframes and a recategorisation, if you like, of what is everything need to be given 10 days. Do road-related matters need to have a 20-day timeframe? That will come out of the service catalogue and internal service review project that will kick up another gear in the new year, where we do some deep diving into those internal services and what levels of service they currently have. So now, through the adoption of the road hierarchy system and the strategic asset management plans, we can start to build on those and determine what levels of service are appropriate for road-related defects, if you like to call them, and then we can change the CRM system to reflect that, so that that reporting is more accurate and in alignment with what's achievable by the team.
My apologies, Mayor, for
No, that's right.
Through the chair, that was actually going to be my point as well, in that having perhaps a staged approach, given the timeliness and the time that it takes to actually, program in a road grade or something like that.
So, and
Sorry, go, Councillor.
and I think the word is resolved. When it comes up and the community see it resolved, they think that means the matter's actually completed, but it's actually resolved as in we have progressed the actual CRM. So I think that, but you guys are on top of that. You're looking at that as well, aren't you?
Yeah, and through the chair, there's roles in departments now that perform that function of contacting areas and saying that we're going to close the CRM out because it's scheduled for 3 months' time. There's triaging roles in the form of Beck Bennett in the infrastructure team. There's Marcel in the Parks and Gardens team that provide that, getting in contact with customers and letting them know. So it's reasonable to say that it might not be everyone, but those roles have been put in to perform that function.
It's just that too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah.
All right, councillors, after mumbling that agenda name, obviously customer service, councillors, the recommendation is we receive that quarterly customer server update for the period 1 July 2023 to 30 September 2023. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brimbley, second to Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. That's carried. All right. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rebecca. Councillors, we've got one more item, a closed session item that I left for the end of the meeting. So, sorry, gallery, we're just about to go into closed session. So, but thank you for your presence today. And, yeah. All right. She's a very negotiable person. Very. I tell you what, it must be serious if I've got to get in this morning. And then, yep. All right, councillors, someone move that we go into closed session, please. Move. Councillor Brimbley, second to Councillor Moriarty. All in favour?
Who was the first person? I missed it.
Who moved it?
Who moved it?
Brimblecombe and Moriarty. We chose the longest two names. Thank you. All in favour? We've done that. Done. Yep. Thanks, Joe. Right. Money, or you'll get that on board. All right, councillors, and welcome back to our live streamers from our closed session. Councillors, back in open session, we have a resolution here in relation to a contract by exception request. The recommendation is that the Central Highlands Regional Council resolves that the engagement of Infinitum Partners for services rendered in August and September 2023, without first inviting written quotes or tenders, was required because of the specialised nature of the services provided, and would have made it impractical or disadvantageous for council to invite quotes or tenders. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Roll, seconded by Councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Against? Thank you, Councillor. That's carried. Councillors, that is all our agenda today, and I know I've held you a little bit towards the lunch hour. Councillors, general business. Can I just acknowledge this is our CEO Sharon Houlihan's last council meeting, and while she's had many testimonials in the last couple of weeks, we just take this opportunity again, I guess, in the I suppose the Parliament of the local government, to thank you again for your service over the 2 years. I note very proudly that you're wearing the gift that Central Highlands Regional Council provided Sharon last night at her farewell dinner, and obviously they came from locally, so she will have a constant reminder, provided that the green, or allegedly green chartreuse that she has on still obviously remains fashionable. But look, a lot has been said, but we were certainly benefited from you being here, and I know on your next journey lots of others will benefit from the great person you are. So it's been great to have you at the Central Highlands Regional Council, and I'm just grateful that we've got this opportunity of the last meeting to I guess, send you our best wishes and all the best for you and Jeff, as you obviously tackle those things down in Canberra, and perhaps that you might even achieve great things down there, and that it might be easier for advocates from the Central Highlands to get some things happening down there, so you just never know. Anyhow, always looking after ourselves. But thank you, Sharon. And then over to councillors, I guess. Councillor Rolfe, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought we might have given you a bit of a clap, Sharon.
Yeah,
well. Yeah, just general business, Mayor. I received a call when I was talking to the pilot yesterday. This is the third time I've talked about the pilot from Buckland. But the Buckland Recreation Club have received a donation from RFDS of a set of lights for their airstrip. And these set of lights, as Graham said to me, they're excellent because they're the sort of lights that you can just pack up into their tins and take down they can use them on either airstrip. So, yeah, they're very pleased with that from their RFDS group they're based in Charleville. So, very much a group of the RFDS that are, you know, traditional remote area pilots and that sort of thing. So, they're it's all good for Buckland.
Yep. Thanks. Councillor Rolfe. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say we're very excited to say that our positive ageing Christmas morning tea that we had at the Emerald Library, which is a part of the Emerald Community Reference Group initiative. We were very excited to say that on Friday morning we had 55 people attend, and 3 people actually rang up and said they couldn't get there. So we were shifting shelves and putting out tables and chairs to accommodate everyone, but it was a wonderful, successful morning. So I just want to say I wish everybody a happy Christmas with all of their festivities as well, with their businesses and organisations and clubs and groups that are also having their Christmas gatherings, and wish everyone a joy-filled, safe, happy, healthy, festive season, and also wish our amazing CEO. All the best in your future endeavours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moretti. And we should acknowledge Ross being here, certainly, yeah, feeling very lonely over Christmas, but anyhow, thank you for your time here, Ross. All right, councillors, there being no further business, I'll declare the meeting closed at 1:33. Councillors, we've got a bit of an update this afternoon, is that correct?
Well, have we heard anything?
No, not really, so councillors, I don't believe we've had a...
You updated councillors yesterday?
Yeah, councillor, I don't believe we've heard anything from the department in respect of the... Yep,